Yeah. Yep. And let's go there. There we go. I don't know why, but I so here's what happens. So it's like I get on Discord and my mic doesn't work. So I unplug it, plug it in, poof, it works. But by doing that, it breaks it on the stream. So, so let me go here. Check, check, check. All right, that's working there. Looks like all I have to do is fix it in one place and my audio capture works fine. So it's just weird.
I don't know if I can hear us on the Twitch. Nope, I can. We're good. Never mind.
Okay. Julio. Let's hope everything else goes seamlessly. 5 followers. I know. What is up with this? Why are my moderators not out there in chat blowing these people away? Guess I'll do it. We're going to ban. Banning. Dun dun dun. You have been ban hammered.
It's no longer want to be famous. It's now buy followers and views on.
Exactly. I got little enough money as it is. I can't afford to buy people. All right, 1 minute countdown. Here's to a good game tonight, fellers.
Hey,
Good game.
gal.
And if not, the heck with it. We'll still have fun. Abby Meyer in the house. And Lord Kasumba in the house. Look at this. All right, let's kick this thing off. Not that all the big time folks are here. We need to kick this off. Let's go.
started yet.
Chance I'll live.
And we are live. Monkey made it just in time. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Parentland Adventures 21 Shots. I'm Sean, your host, bringing you together, as always, with some of the finest gamers that the internet has to offer. And just like that, we're starting off in a rut because as soon as we jumped in, all of a sudden I had nothing but the background music playing or background sounds playing from the game. So anyway, let's get back. I'd like to welcome everybody to another episode. If you guys look out there in chat, you see we have famous people, so everybody be on your best behavior. Lord Kazumba and his entourage, along with the master of maps, Anna Meyer, is out there in chat. So let's all be on our best behavior, act nice, play accordingly, and we will get through this just fine. No need to be nervous. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
They put their clothes on one arm, one sleeve, one leg at a time, just like the rest of us do, I think. Although Anna, with her map magic, she probably does something mystical and magical to get dressed every morning. But let's leave that for another day. How you guys doing, man? Monkey, glad you could make it. How's your week going?
Oh man,
That good, huh?
good. Yeah, sorry. Just when you get a certain age and your routines.
Yep.
Yeah. And,
Yep.
but
I have reached that certain age that when I go to the McDonald's, I'm like, would you like to have your senior discount? And I'm like, hold up now. Aren't I supposed to ask for that? You shouldn't recognize the fact that I should get a senior discount. I should have to ask. But anyway.
No, but it's been going good, man. And I closed on my house on Friday, which is
Dude,
nice.
awesome, man. Congrats.
So yeah,
Cool.
and
So now
paydays tomorrow.
they can't kick you out for at least a couple months, right? They usually give you a couple months of leeway before they start evicting people when you don't pay, right? So it's awesome, man. Congrats, man. That's pretty cool. Adamo, how goes life, man?
Oh man.
Good. See, everybody's like
got-
laughing. I'm like, I'm in a good mood, man. I'm ready to game, and all you guys are starting off with like Debbie Downer stuff. Come on, man. Be happy.
Hey
smile.
man, you're the one who asked about my life, all right? That was
Okay.
your first mistake. things are going okay. I just got some things I got to sort out.
Good, man. Hit it with a hammer.
A
Ask
little
Deglin. He'll
progressive
tell you.
maintenance.
Deglin will tell you, man. Hit it with a hammer, and this shit works every time, man. And
Yeah,
speaking of,
the Cuthbert method.
yes, exactly. Cuthbert knows all. Deglin, how you doing, brother? How's things?
Standing. I'm actually currently number 1 in the beard contest on one of my friends'
Get
accounts
outta
on
here.
Instagram. Nope, no joke.
Deglin does have a nice looking beard as you look at him. It's kind of just twisted just right, and he's got the little thing hanging down, so that's good. Well, good, man. Glad you could make it. Ivor, the Bloody. How are you doing, sir? Welcome for game or round 2 of the
Evening, everybody.
Parentland
Doing good.
Adventures.
My son just graduated college Friday, so I got to go
What?
watch him walk across stage and get his diploma. And it's been a good weekend.
Congratulations, man! I remember that. I actually still have a couple that are in school trying to finish up that we might get to see them walk. But yeah, it's an awesome sight to watch our kids walk across that stage, whether it's high school or college or whatever, man. Congrats, man. That's pretty awesome. And last but not least, Varys, what's going on, sir?
Getting better, doing good.
Nice.
Summit mine seems to be pretty much over.
Yeah.
And been playing a lot of Greyhawk. Did some gaming yesterday and set up a local game to start in the new year.
Good, man. So you guys doing face to face or you doing stuff online? Can we kind of like come
Uh,
check it out or what?
I'm playing with the Reborn.
Okay. Greyhawk Reborn? Yeah.
5e group.
Yeah. Yeah.
Playing this group.
Very cool.
And online, and then my game is going to be local in person.
Nice. So that's what I miss, man. I can't wait to get back. Maybe someday I'll get face to face and we'll actually set up cams so we can do a live stream from there sometime. So, well, awesome, man. I'm glad everybody could make it. So, everybody out there in the interwebs world, thank you for arriving. Whether you're watching us live or whether you're watching us on the VOD, we appreciate every view that we get. And as always, we're trying to grow the brand here. I don't have it up on this layout yet because I have to redesign this layout a little bit, but because of Lord Gazumba's persistence over the past few years, he was able to make partner and has set up what is known as the Greyhawk Creatives, which is sort of a shell corporation for all the little gangs that run up underneath him and stuff. And so we are now part of the Greyhawk Creatives community. So if you go to twitch.tv/teams/Greyhawk Creatives, you too can see all of the other streamers that are giving Greyhawk content out on the web. And so if you haven't checked that out, I definitely encourage you to go do so. Kind of give love and support to some of the other streams that are out there trying to keep the world of Greyhawk alive like we are. So if this is your first time here, welcome. We call this 1E1 shots because obviously it is first edition Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And two, we call it one shots because it's not really a campaign. It's just sort of we go and do the adventure, maybe a little bit of stuff in and around the adventures, but for the most part, it's just from one adventure to the next. So as soon as the party finishes this off, they'll be on their way to the next adventure, whenever and wherever that may be. There's no travel time and all that stuff because to me that the whole thing of first edition was grab the module, jump in, and go do the adventure. The next adventure comes out, you go jump right into it, right? So campaigning, I don't think really came out and started coming into play until a little bit later. So. Yeah, we definitely hope you enjoy your stay here. If you haven't clicked follow, though, please do so. Like I said, we're trying to grow the stream a little bit, and we're trying to hit that 200 goal. And I think we're like 127, I think now, 126, 127, trying to push to that 200. So all the love is appreciated. Obviously, we appreciate anybody if you want to subscribe to the stream, or if you're not one of those ones that wants to do recurring like Twitch does, that you're not comfortable with that recurring payment, I did set up a tip jar. If you go to our homepage, click tip, money goes right to the stream, and as always, 100% of what I get on this stream goes right back into the stream. Some of you may know that here Wednesday I'm expecting my first real big item that the stream I should say the audience has provided me the ability to get a stream deck. So I'm going to join the Lord Kazumba have no idea how to push a button correctly club. So I'm looking forward to dicking that up too. So with that said, let's talk a little bit about what's happened in the past. Oh, one last thing. Don't forget our players. They love their natural ones and natural 20s. If you're watching the stream, you start gathering those tokens just like Twitch does. You can trade those tokens in at any time during the stream for a natural 1 or a natural 20 for either the whole group, in which case the party will have to determine when they want to use it, or if you just want to give it to an individual player, you can do that. Or if you want to show love to the Dungeon Master, we are always on board with people giving us nat 1s and nat 20s. Because of what happened last stream, our party does have some carryover. Right now, as of players, you have 2 natural 1s that are sitting on the books, and Varys, you still have a nat 20 that you have yet to use. So you'll be able to use that in tonight's stream. They're not going to carry over after tonight. So if you guys, you didn't use your nat 20 last stream. At least I didn't mark it off. In which case, if you did use it, then you just have an extra nat 20 because
I rolled well, so
yeah, that's right, because we were talking about you. Yep, absolutely. So, like I said, players have 2 nat 1s, and Varys, you yourself has nat 20. So, yeah, if you want to, show some love to the party that way during the game, I'm sure that they would appreciate that. And now on to what we've been talking about as far as the adventure goes. Our party was originally contracted, if you can say contracted. Arthur's old schoolmate sent off a letter saying that he needed help locating and getting into this mystical wizard's tower. They call it the Mysterious Tower because exactly what it was. This wizard was obsessed with force-type spells. And when he finally got his wish and was able to completely encase his wizard's tower in a forced spell, he realized that the switch to turn the force off and on was outside of the force shield, so he was not able to turn it off. And of course, he ended up perishing inside his tower. So our party, after much exploration above grounds as well as below grounds for a little bit, they found some keys that allowed them to turn off one layer of the force shield and work their way even further in. And last week, they actually penetrated the interior of the wizard's tower. They did a little bit of investigation on the first floor where they are currently at. They it's sort of like an apartment complex, like any wizard may have. It's got books and books and books galore, big cushy bed, several other items of interest that the party managed to pilfer through last session. As they went upstairs, they found two creatures trapped inside a force cage. Both beautiful women, both of them saying, "Let me out, let me out." The other is an evil hag witch. The party chose wisely and released a nymph who later returned to bestow upon them each. At the end of last session, you each got a +1 cloak of protection that you can now add to your inventory, should you so desire. They are just plain black cloaks, but they confer a little bit of magic protection upon you. So Arthur is no longer going to be a armor class 10. He can move himself to armor class 9.
Neat.
Big time.
Bonus to save too, right?
What's that, sir?
They give a bonus to saving throws as
Yes, yes, exactly. It's protection as well as a +1 to all saves. So, and last but not least, you went up one more floor, and on that floor you found several doors suspended, and they were surrounded by, well, some of them were surrounded by force cages and stuff. And so you guys decided that you really didn't want to mess with that too much. So you came back downstairs to get your rest. And like I said, wait for the return of the nymph to give you guys your reward for releasing her. So the current state of affairs is everybody has slept well. Everybody got a little bit of time in the bed and therefore has been completely healed. So if you have not healed yourself completely, please do so, because the bed of healing managed to bring all you guys back to your full health, and you've gotten a nice night's rest. So all of your spell slots and whatnot have been refurbished, and now we find ourselves at the beginning of tonight's episode of 1E One Shots, The Mysterious Tower, episode 19. I appreciate you guys for showing up. What do we want to do now, folks, that the nymph has delivered the goods to you and has since departed, leaving you on your own? Oh, man! Obsidian, if he's out there, he better at least show appreciation. Thank you for that sub, whoever give it, the anonymous sub. I really appreciate that, man. That's awesome. That is awesome. All right. What do we wish to do now? It is for all intents and purposes, a brand new day for you guys. You're not sure what time of day it is due to the fact that you're inside the tower with the mystical light. What do we want to do?
Do we want to mess with the 4 stores? Or let them place and leave?
What about the demon in the cage? What are we going to do with it?
Oh, we could release it and kill it.
Always an option.
Always an option.
Perhaps if we are going to kill something like that, maybe we should do so when I don't know. We have some proper precautions in place, or is there a sort of I don't know, a way for one of you to banish it from within the cage with the power of your gods? I do not know.
Well, remember, the smells and stuff can't go through the cage.
Well, my sword could attempt to banish it.
Same with mine.
Is there any material that could be spread around the cage, like some, I don't know, with holy water on the ground? Would that pick it off without effect? Is there anything like that?
Yeah, Zyka looks over at our cleric.
Not that I'm aware of. The thing that we could do is do some type of protective circle or around it where it can't get out of the circle, but we could maybe hit it with missile weapons or something of that nature.
This does sound like a good idea. Is there anything like that in your repertoire?
Not in mine. I'm
Doesn't it
not that
fly?
high.
So we
Does
do
anyone
have
have
holy
any-
water.
Anyone have any spells that would protect from evil?
I have a protection from evil, but what that does is keeps evil out, not keep evil in.
Did you mention you have holy water, sir?
Yes.
I have some in my possession as well, but my concern is if we release this creature, it is not so inclined probably to fight all of us at once, It is more likely, I think, to try to flee, and I do not know what magical capabilities it has to do
Perhaps-
so. The worst thing we could do is we drop the shield and it vanishes into thin air, and then we do not see it. Until
Perhaps
it is...
we could saturate a tunic and have him wear it. Saturate it with holy water and then have him wear it.
I don't... How do you propose to get it on him?
Thanks, Corvus.
Just say, Mr. Demon, wear the tunic and we might, if you survive, we might release you and have mercy. Honestly, I'm just going with your ideas. I really want nothing to do with this demon unless we are going to destroy it and send it back to where in which it came.
I do not disagree with you. I just think we need to have a firm plan for dealing with it, so that we do not endanger ourselves any more than we need to. This thing can be held there indefinitely, as far as we know. So there is no reason to rush to release it just to kill it, until we have a solid plan for dealing with it.
Then, what would you like to do? Go back up to the doors?
I think it would be in our best interest to secure the rest of the tower.
How big is the healing bed, DM?
It's a queen size bed.
Oh, so I couldn't wear it on my back and attack.
No. Nice thought, but yeah, no.
I love the idea if you get knocked down and you just fall on the bed. A few minutes later, you get up again.
Well, we could ask the bookshelf if it has any books on how to take care of demons.
This is not a bad idea. I would like to go to the bookshelf.
Okay.
And I will say to the bookshelves, just kind of clapping and rubbing my hands together in front of it, show me demons.
So there's a slight pause as the bookcase begins to rattle and vibrate, and suddenly all the books sort of fly off and they spin around and they fly around, and also they line up, and there's 3 books that sort of line up, including one about demonology, one that sort of details demons, another one that is details devils, and then a third one is mostly sort of like stories about demons, right? Sort of like folk tales and legends and stuff like that, but not like research or anything like that. More of a common man's, hey, I want to tell you the story about Krampus, right? So
yeah, even a story like that can have some truth to it, so it's probably
Right.
worth going through at some point.
Right.
But Paviskra will kind of look at these tomes, and I'm imagining they're probably quite thick.
Yeah, relatively. It's not like a big, huge book, but you could definitely tell that they're a little bit aged. Typical as the other books, sort of a worn, sort of leather type binding and stuff like that. But yeah.
Sure. I'll take the 3 books and I'll move over to the desk and just kind of spread them out. And I'm going to turn to the group and say, this could take a while. I will skim through it to see if there is something useful, but... And I'm just going to look through real quick, like skim, speed read, mostly. I don't know if these books have like a...
No, they don't
Like,
have appendices.
No, I know. Yeah, I figured as much. But I don't imagine they have like a... You know how you go through some old manuscripts, they have like diagrams and illustrations like
Oh no, they do.
Like,
Yeah, no, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
so
this.
I'm absolutely going to look to see if I can find the image of this demon that we had previously witnessed.
Give me a search check.
Absolutely. A D6?
Mhm.
Okay. Roll
Just-
a 1.
just
I think
because.
that's good.
Oh, did you?
That's good, right?
That's good. That is. Oops, I had the wrong screen up, so it's not showing everybody else. Nice. So actually, as you're flipping through, you actually come across a creature that looks, if not identical, then as identical can be to the creature that's up in the force cage. And in here, it's called an imp. And you can see that in this particular picture, this imp is sort of sitting on the shoulder of a hunched over aged wizard, and that wizard himself is sort of pouring through a tome in this picture, and this imp is sitting on a shoulder, sort of hunched down and kind of looking down as if he was like, well, you're familiar, um, or familiars, I should say, that are sort of hang out with the magi and stuff like that. So, and it basically talks about how these creatures are typically summoned to the prime material to work for or with wizards of some kind. And then if something happens to the wizard, these imps are kind of stuck here on the plane. And so they end up getting stuck here. So 99.99% of the time, it seems that they have been summoned from their home plane to this plane for some purpose only the wizard would know. But as far as sending them back or anything like that, you don't see anything in the book that gives you that indication. You just know that they're summoned, and they tend to be like servants to the magi who have summoned them.
Right. Nothing specific about perhaps
Well,
like weaknesses.
well, not weakness and stuff, but their tails are known to have a deadly poison that can sap a man's strength. And so they're known that, but other than like weaknesses and stuff like that, no, not really. You get the impression that these are sort of some severe. The reason they get summoned a lot is because they're so weak as far as the devils and stuff go, that they're not likely to be able to overcome the wizard themselves, right? As opposed to bringing in, say, a Balrog or a Balor or something like that, right? Where the wizard would have to be super powerful to control them. These tend to be on the weaker side.
Low threat, low
Yeah.
danger.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just kind of relay this information. Well, if what the book says is true, then this creature is likely favored because of its weakness, because of its inability to really overcome the summoner. But I am still concerned that it might try to immediately flee, and there is nothing in here about whether they can turn invisible or otherwise teleport themselves. So I do not know. Do we want to risk trying to kill the thing now and it possibly escaping, or do we want to leave it for a later date?
Let's just leave it for a later date and finish looking at that upper level.
Does that sit well with you? And I'm going to look to the paladin and the cleric.
Yeah, that's fine with me. We can dispose of that evil creature whenever we get around to it.
Well, the creature is subdued, so I can look for that as being an accomplished in my paladin code of evil and such things that are so advanced that only I know about. But yes, I think that would be okay.
All right, this seems fine to me.
Okay, so what do you want to do then?
I think we should continue on past that, past the imp and into the rest of the tower. There are still places I believe we have not searched yet. Oh, and if it wasn't clear, I'm going to return the books to the bookshelf and say, "Thank you, Dewey."
Okay, and you put the books in, and they stay there, and you guys head upstairs. The first floor that you guys get to, you see the. Actually, let me change this token just because I want to. As you guys get to the second level, you see that the imp is still. You're not taking your guys with you upstairs, right? Arthur, you're leaving them down on the first floor. Or are they going with you?
I don't think I actually fetched them. I think I went outside to just let them know, hey, this is the
Yeah,
situation.
okay, gotcha. I just
Right.
wanted to make sure, so that way I can take them off the map and we're done. Cool. All right. So again, you guys go up and you see that the imp is in there and he's stalking back and forth. You need to let me go. You need to let me go. There's no reason for me to stay here anymore. You need to let me go. And he's just walking back and forth as you guys walk past him. The cages are still down except for B. You know, A and C are still down based on the levers that you guys pulled previously.
As we're walking past up to the next stairs, I just want to say I like hearing you sing. Keep doing that. I might keep you here longer. And just go upstairs.
I communicate with it if I can, and I just
Yeah.
tell it, "You must remember, little one, we are not keeping you here."
Well, if you would push the button, lower my cage, then I could get out of here. So obviously you are keeping me here. And when I get out of here, I am going to rip you limb from limb, and I'm going to eat you one bone at a time, unless you let me out right now.
You know, this is why you are probably a low-class devil, because you do not know how to,
Low class?
persuade
Who you
people.
calling low class? I have more class than all of you.
Uh-huh. Yes, of course you do.
Yes.
Bye-bye now.
As you guys head upstairs, let me give the description again, just so that you guys can. There we are. You walk up again, coming up the stairs. This looks to be another what looks, I don't know, sort of a research lab, if you will, because you've entered a level of this round tower. This time, however, you see no other stairs leading out. Instead, you can see 7 doors. 3 of the doors are spaced evenly along the eastern edge of the tower wall. 2 more are standing alone in door frames in the middle of the room. That's D and E. Each of these doors is in front of a 10-foot by 10-foot force cage. In each of the force cages is yet another standalone door frame with another door. All the doors appear to be locked. The rest of the room is filled with magical apparatus of all kind, as well as several books open to various pages. And when you were here before, as you recall, Arthur, you scooped up a bunch of his papers and whatnot, as it was all his research on force spells, etc., etc. And so most of it was ruined, but you did manage to find that there was some. Hey, Dungeon Positive, appreciate. Oh, Cannibal Troy out there throwing stuff around. Well, I appreciate that, man. Hopefully, Dungeon Positive will come back and enjoy his subscription, man. I definitely appreciate that, Cannibal Troy. You are my man. Anyway, you scooped up a lot of his papers and stuff that had notes and drawings and stuff like that sort of dealt with force type spells and whatnot. So that stuff, but the rest of the stuff is still here that you can see. So.
All right, and just to, if you wouldn't mind reminding me,
No problem.
did I look through those notes to see if there was anything on this room?
You did not look to see if there was
No.
anything on this room.
I would love to.
But when you went through and scrolled through it before, though, like I said, it was all based around his research on force type spells, on like if a magic couldn't get through a particular spell, you know, how can he tweak that magic so that it would go through, like the force cages, let's say. He would be able to cast a spell through a force cage, or obviously the research was probably centered around him trying to get the hell out of here because he had the force thing around him.
Gotcha. I thought there might perhaps be a mention in passing of some of the stuff, but if there's not, then okay.
No, it's all centered around force type stuff, which is all of this, right?
Mhm.
But nothing specifically to, hey, this door goes here, that door goes there, or this
Right.
door does this or whatever.
Got it. I'm going to recommend that we just look for anything that might be, you know, beneath the thing you would notice at first glance. You know, we know this guy has hidden various things like hidden levers and holes in the ground in other places. So I think we should look for something like that before we do anything.
Well, there's also some books here that might have some clue.
Somewhat.
Books?
Yeah, you
Books.
mentioned books, right?
Yeah, that's what I just said. The
okay.
last time when you guys first came up here, these books were all opened up, but most of it was ruined. But there was scraps and pieces of parchment of the book that did manage to survive the centuries or however long this guy's been here, with
Yeah, the book.
fragments of information, but not like a whole tome of information.
Yeah, the books and the notes were one and the same. One thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Just side note, I'm still not able to move my guy.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Neither am I.
That's a good thing. That way I control all. I am. Hang on. I'm going to make you guys dance. Let me get my little
Master.
marionette strings. Got my little
Master.
marionette strings going. Jump, jump, jump. Yeah, you just tell me where you want to move and I can move you guys, right? So, Arthur mentioned about looking over stuff for what now?
I'm just recommending we look for anything that's beyond like what you see at first glance. You know, any hidden levers that are
Yeah.
cleverly disguised, any holes in the ground or in the walls or anything like that. I don't know. Did the doors maybe have peepholes? You know, who
Right.
knows?
Gotcha.
Just
Okay.
looking for anything like that.
All right. So whoever wants to search, go ahead and give me a search and tell me where you're searching at.
Alvar's gonna go around the left wall and search to see levers or anything.
Okay. Well, Arthur rolls a 6.
Yeah, despite having recommended it, I am going to be the most oblivious out of all of us. But suffice to say that I am searching around everywhere and
Yep.
checking every little nook and cranny.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna check
finding nothing.
from C down to the staircase.
Okay. Monkey, you want to search? So it looks
Yeah,
like
I'm gonna
Monkey and Ivor are the only two that have yet to search.
I'm gonna search wherever they failed searching.
Okay. Let's do it.
I'm having an issue. I'm trying to roll and it's not letting me.
Hey, Zadkill rolls a 2. Ivor, you're not able to roll, really?
Unless I'm doing
I
something
need to
wrong.
re-log in, refresh your screen.
Yeah, if you try refreshing your screen. If you have the dice bot open, right? So if you can see the different dice down there, if you click,
Yes.
yeah, and then you click the dice and then hit the little paper airplane, which is really a weird icon, but that's what they use to roll their dice.
Yeah, because it sometimes makes you think you're logged in, but it's not.
Yeah, so if you just refresh the page, see if you can't log. Graveside's coming back. And now he's back online. Get ready for action.
Alright, let's try this again.
Hey, awesome.
Oh,
So as you guys are sort of searching around, really not finding anything. The only thing that's really intriguing to you are the doors themselves. However, Zadkill, as you're going right down on the southeast corner, just down from door C, as Deglin's sort of moving past in one way, you're going the other way. You see what appears to be a seam in the wall. And as you walk over and look more closely, right here in the southeast corner or the southeast part of the tower, because there are no corners, it looks to be a door set into the wall in such a finely made manner that it has to be divine intervention where you actually found it. Hey, Agamoran, thanks, man. Woo, appreciate it. Troy, we definitely appreciate everything from you. I shouldn't even have to say it, but I will. But you find what appears to be, like I said, sort of a door built into the wall of these white tiles and stuff, and it's just so seamless that you almost missed it. And it was just sort of a shadow cast by Deglin as you went past that you realized that there was that door there.
I go, Deglin, look what I found. Let Varys know.
Varys, come here.
What did you find?
I guess I could have called Varys.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean,
Varys, come here.
I'll take a look.
there's this slit here along the wall.
Ah, secret door, perhaps.
I don't know these things. It's just a slit to me.
I will
Go
examine
back
it
away.
carefully. Look for traps.
We're back over there by the sea. The letter C, not like.
I examine the wall and the door.
I think you're talking about.
No, I am. I'm talking while I'm on mute. That's fine. As you're examining, it doesn't look like there's any traps at all. Looks like it's fairly simple to activate this, as it just sort of pushes in and it slides off to the side if you were to try to open it.
Looks like it will open pretty easily. You want me to open it?
Yes, I will. And I put my shield down, and I stand like maybe 10 feet away from him.
Okay.
'Cause I don't know if it's a trap or.
Okay, so I'm gonna put Varys there. Why is Monkey not on the map?
Yeah, I'm off the map right here. It's
Oh.
right
There you are.
over right.
Yep,
there.
I moved
Yeah.
everybody to where you're about 10 feet away now from Varys.
Yeah, and I have my shield out and my sword, and I'm just sitting there.
Okay. So Varys is going to attempt to open this secret panel.
Yep.
All right. You jiggle it just enough where you can feel it slide, and you run your hands over the smooth wall. It is very smooth. It's, you know, a lot of times you get like tiles that have that sort of a grainy feel, but this is very slick and smooth. And as you sort of push it, it pushes in about a quarter inch, and you hear a slight click, and then the panel slides off to the side. On the other side of the door, you guys are now looking into this large room that's probably as big on there as the room you're standing in. So it's like almost like another 70-foot round. What's 10, 20, 30, 40, yeah, about 70-foot round circular room. No other exits. So again, you're looking into another round room, the same dimensions as the one that you're currently in. The difference is that this room has 2 or 3 mounds of gold just sitting in there.
Well, this
There
might
must
be
be-
a treasure room.
There must be thousands of pieces of gold strewn about randomly. Various other glittering treasures can be seen peeking out of the piles themselves. But what's most intriguing than all of the boxes and gold coins and shiny trinkets that are sort of spilled about this room is a creature or individual, a large man, probably 8 feet tall if he's an inch, sort of lounging on top of this pile of gold. He has very swarthy, dark skin. He has very silk, flamboyant colors with shoes with curly toes, and he's wearing a turban with a big jewel on it. He has a very sharp, pointed beard. He has these bracers on his wrists and these big, thick forearms as he looks, and he smiles and he holds up his hand and goes, "Friends! It is so good to finally see another creature on this plane of existence, but please, I must tell you, you should go because I do not want to kill you. Ha ha ha."
I want to see if there's a presence of evil on him.
Okay. There is none. There is no evil. So, do we have a deal? You will close the door and depart, and I will not have to kill you.
Why is it that you would have to kill us? if you
Because the
can't
wizard
open the
has
door?
told me I must guard his treasure.
Oh, I see.
Well, we are not here for the treasure.
Well, then you and I shall get along famously, my good friend of the whatever religion you are.
Do you remember the exact wording of the wizard's command?
I do not need to know the exact words to know that if anyone should take treasure from here, I shall have to kill that person.
So as long as we do not take the treasure from the tower, we are clear. We are fine?
As long as you do not take any of this treasure from this room, you shall not die.
That is fine. So I can come in, and you are not going to just crush me instantly as long as I do not pick up any of the gold. Yes.
Oh, you can pick up anything and look at anything you want, but you cannot take it with you.
Okay. This is good to know.
Okay. I would like to know, does he understand that? I'll ask him. Do you understand that the wizard that put you here is now dead?
This is unfortunately true. However, the pact is the pact. For 1,001 years, I am to guard his treasure.
How many years has it been?
I do not know,
How would you know if 1,001 years had passed?
because then the spell will automatically be broken.
There was a barrier preventing anyone from leaving, even by teleportation. So that barrier is gone. You should be able to leave.
Unfortunately, I am bound by my word.
Well, just try it and see if it works for you. You can always come back.
Yeah, we do not have to ask him to break his word. I think there is something more going on here. If he is under the effect of a spell, he may not be able to leave regardless.
Right. So
could-
if he
who knows, it
tries
could
and
kill
it
him.
doesn't work, oh well. Then
If he
would
tries,
know.
it could kill him. Who knows?
If, that's his choice. Yeah.
So what will you do if we add to the treasure?
Well, then I shall just guard the treasure as if it was the wizard's.
And then what if I wanted to take my treasure back after?
Oh,
I
this
do
is
it?
your treasure. If you wish to leave it here, it shall be guarded.
What if can I trade a coin for a coin, like one of my gold for one of the wizard's
Unfortunately, the treasure that is here is the wizard's treasure that I must guard, and I know every coin individually.
gold? Really? And can you sense if they disappear?
I can. So, do we have a deal? You shall leave and close the door, and I shall go about my business, and you shall not die.
Well, we will not take your treasure, but it might be imperative for my friend there by the door to search inside the room for any clues.
But of
That might
course, you are
lead
welcome to
us-
search to your heart's content, my friends.
Well, then, I feel like you are being truthful.
Why would I have to
Um,
lie? I have just met you.
We
Sort
we have encountered some people who are less than honest, so it is a normal. It is an assumption that we have to
Yes, that is a shortcoming of this plane of existence that I have found to be quite troubling at times.
Yes, especially when dealing with fiends,
Yes,
Yeah.
this is true.
Yeah, there's one trapped in the other room. In fact,
It is unfortunate for him.
yeah, fortunate for us, I think. But no, are the coins kind of like against the wall? Or
They're kind
like,
of
are they
they're
stacked
everywhere. They're
neatly?
every no. It's sort of like
They're
a
just all
think of a
over.
dragon's hoard, just sort of spread out
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
There's a
Pile.
mound of coins in the middle, and there's some that are like all over the. But what does catch your attention, in addition to all the baubles and trinkets, particularly Arthur, you can see sort of stuck in and amongst the coins. You see these big, huge leather tomes sticking out.
I will say to him, I'll ask him a couple questions. Do you know of anything besides treasure in this room? Any secret doorways or levers?
Well, there are no exits from this room except the one which you have opened, which I would once again like to ask you to please close.
Only once our investigation has concluded, but I will assure you for the time being, I do not have any intention of sealing any of this at this point.
This is a very good thought and a very wise decision.
I'm going to step into the room now. I hope you will not crush me.
I will do my best not to crush you.
All right, I will step into the room.
You step into the room. Let me go ahead.
He said it was okay if I didn't steal anything, so I'm just not gonna do that.
With the book.
I do want to take a look at the books though.
Is he being truthful?
Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Hey!
Good thing for that +1 cloak of protection.
We
That
have
brings
been
my AC.
raided. We have a raid going on. Either that or
We
being
have
hosted.
a
Was that
raid.
hosted or was it a raid? I think I'm not sure if it said we're being hosted. Somebody with 26 viewers, but yeah, we're being hosted with 26 viewers. I guess I think Key Lime did it before for us when he was here before. Yep.
Yeah.
The problem is last time he said that he couldn't rate us for some reason. Maybe it's me. Maybe I need to check the settings to make sure that because I think I only have. Yeah, I think I only had it set where you could raid if you were at least a follower, but I may have to check that out.
Yeah,
So,
he wanted to raid. I talked to him earlier about it. So
Regardless, thank you, Key Lime.
yep, absolutely, definitely thing. And I'm gonna do that. Move. This is really bizarre that I can't do that. I'll put you guys just on the outside of the room, and Arthur is just on the inside.
Okay.
I'm going to go in with him just to offer a little bit of protection. And I'm going to look at the rogue as I go in and say, be nice and don't take nothing.
well, I was gonna help look for levers and things.
Okay. So you guys, again, you enter into this room.
I mean, I didn't agree not to take anything, but I'm not going to take anything.
Exactly. All right. So you step into the room. You see again that large fellow. Let me put him on the map just so we can. Not have that? Of course not. Not get me. It's not even going to the D's. As he's sitting right in the center of the room, as you guys sort of see him watching you carefully as you step in. He's not blue. He just has like really deep, dark, sunburned colored, sort of a bronze colored skin.
Mm-hmm.
As you step into the room and begin your search. So where do we want to search, or what do we want to search? Well, I'll start with we'll start with Arthur since he's the first one in the room.
I'm just going to reaffirm with him. You said I can look at anything I want.
Of course, you may look at anything you want as long as you do not take it, my friend.
I would like to go over to the books that you mentioned I saw sticking out, and I'd like to pick both of those up.
So as you look, there are perhaps a dozen these tomes that are maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 inches thick. And as you open and start flipping through, you realize that as each one of them contains dozens of magical spells of different levels.
Ooh, okay.
And you realize each book contains different levels of spells. So you're probably talking upwards of 6th, 7th, 8th level spells contained throughout all of these tomes.
Can't you copy them without actually taking them?
It would take days, weeks.
He'd be here all the rest of his life copying spells.
And not the rest of my life, but for a significant portion of it. See, a lot of magic in here. I'm just gonna try to put the book down somewhere where it's not gonna get like trampled on or something, like the book's down somewhere where it's not gonna get like trampled on or something like that.
Okay.
And just I'm gonna help the others search the rest of the place just in case there's anything he doesn't know about in terms of doors or levers or anything hidden.
Right. So go ahead and just give me a search check.
All of us?
Yeah, each one of you. I'm assuming, is anybody not going to come into the room and search? Or are you all going to come and search?
By the door.
Okay.
To make sure it doesn't shut. And if it starts shutting, I'm going to keep it open with my muscles.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
So then, yeah, the rest of us can go. As long as I was going to stay out, if somebody didn't.
Yep. So Monkey's going to stay there, and I'm just going to move you guys at random places in here, so it doesn't really matter, just because I want to. So everybody that goes into the room, first of all, I'm going to clear the chat history so we don't lose our place. Go ahead and give me everybody a search check, if you would.
Well, I just rolled it.
Oh, did you? I
You
apologize. Yeah, go ahead
Yeah,
and
I
reroll
did.
for me.
Okay.
Go ahead and reroll. I apologize. Yep. Okay. So you guys search. First of all, you don't find any secret compartments or anything like that. Searching the walls and whatnot. You guys are in here probably a good half hour, 45 minutes as you slowly walk around and you begin to search. This fellow, this massive mountain of a man is sort of watching you guys as you go, and he's just sort of lounging on top of this big mound of coin. First of all, you figure there's got to be Varys, from your light estimation, there's got to be 8 to 10,000 gold coins, and there's other coins mixed around with it. So there's no telling how much additional coinage could potentially be there.
How many weapons and things?
So as far as weapons and stuff, you don't find a whole lot. You do find a couple of very fine jeweled daggers, as well as a light crossbow that seems to be made out of ivory. Right, the whole crossbow itself is made out of ivory, and it has some very fine twine on it. So it is extremely valuable looking, and obviously a really nice light crossbow.
Cool.
Yep, the daggers, the jeweled daggers, like I said, you find. You find a jewel box, and as you open the jewel box, in it, there is a ring, and the ring has a signet on it in the shape of a shield of some kind. And you can see that it's got little arcane markings on it. So you assume that it probably has some kind of a magical property to it. You find some scroll tubes and whatnot, Arthur. On those scroll tubes, you find that there are they're first of all inside these hollow metal rods, right? So the metal rods themselves are actually can be used to whack somebody with, but the scrolls inside, each one of them, all three of them, have a scroll of burning hands spell on it. You also, like I said, there are just numerous baubles, gems, little crystal rods, scepters, all these different things just sort of thrown in there as if somebody who collected it, but they really didn't seem to have much care about the value of shit, just kind of tossed it onto his pile. But the last thing that you find is that was nice is you find this big long wooden box, and as you open the wooden box, it's got padded and then padded inside, and you can see there are 8 potions all laid out, each one meticulously labeled to include a jump. There's one of a that performs a protective armor shielding around a wizard, right? So it's almost like he's wearing armor. There's a potion of invisibility, a potion of levitate, as well as 3 cure light wounds potions, all laid out. So a total of 8 in this little box of them, almost like you get your beer draft set. You right? It comes across the board, but inside, like I said, there's 8 potions that you find. But yeah, there's just all this different treasure sort of piled up as you guys search through it. But nothing hidden, nothing secret apparently. This is just a room that he just sort of threw everything in there and said, "Here, creature, I need you to watch my stuff while I go do whatever I'm doing."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna head out, so I'm not tempted to take something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to look to the creature and ask it if one of us were to steal something, how would you go about killing us?
Well, that would be no fun if I told you.
Oh, yes, of course, but you see, once your spell wears off, I might have the need of a service of a creature like you, and I want to know how you operate.
Perhaps the day will come when you can ask for my services, but trust what I say, I will not do so willingly.
Oh, are you bound here against your will then?
That is correct. Else, why would I still be here? If the wizard is gone,
Yeah, we watched him leave. He's dead and gone. Here's a question though. What are you?
what am I? I am Optimus.
Optimus, nice to meet you. But where do you hail from?
I hail from the plains of the genie.
Ah, so you're a genie.
That is what those on your plane call us.
Ah. And this spell that you're under, your word of oath to this dead wizard, you would know when it finally was that 1001 years?
I would. For the magic that binds me in these shackles would be released and I would be free to go.
Though, how would you know that? I mean, unless you actually tried.
Oh, I can sense the magic holding me on this plane. Trust me when I say that there have been many times that I have attempted to leave my bondage and have been unable to do so.
Ah. Well, I was figuring with the maid's gone and his ghost is gone too, that word of oath that you gave is no longer binding.
Unfortunately, that is not how the binding of the genie works.
Do you know if there is a way to dispel this effect upon you?
There is none that I am aware in the galaxy or all the planes of existence.
Yeah. So not a trivial dispellation. will
This
work
is
here.
correct.
I just think it's entirely unfair that you're working for a dead wizard. I wish you could
Ah,
be free of your bonding.
I wish I could be free of my bonding too, but someday it shall happen, and perhaps we will meet again. Perhaps you will still be around when this happens. Who knows?
Well, that successfully didn't work.
I don't think all genies can grant wishes.
Yeah. It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Oh, are you going to close the door and leave me to my solitude or not?
Do you have free reign of the tower?
No, I cannot leave this room.
Oh, you cannot leave this room. Even in pursuit of one who has stolen something?
Even in pursuit of one who has stolen something.
Hmm.
Do you know what else is in this tower? Like what's in the room just beyond?
On the other side of there? No,
Mm-hmm.
I do not know what is there.
We can clearly look through the door, correct?
Well, now that it is open, I can see the other side, yes, but I do have no idea what those doors are for.
No special genie power to identify what they are.
Unfortunately, no.
My apologies. I don't know much about the genie.
That is totally okay. I do not know much about the people on this plane of existence either.
Would you like to?
Perhaps someday, when I am free, I shall wander about for a time before returning to my own plane.
Well, I mean, we could give you some information now if you'd like.
Well, that is completely up to you, but would be most appreciated. I am so glad that I have yet to have to kill you.
We're going to try to avoid that at all costs.
This is a wise choice you have made. You and the bearded one with the funny hat. You two are wise beyond your years, it seems.
Well, what would you like to know? You know that we're mostly humans here, except for the elf over there.
Yes, I have seen those with the pointy ears before. Unfortunately.
Ivarus is quite a nice guy.
He appears to be very nice, for he did not try to steal from me. But others of his kind were not so nice.
You've had to defend this room before.
Oh, yes, many times over the years.
What did they
Sometimes
do?
I think the wizard used to do so just to taunt and tease me.
Oh, that wasn't very nice of him. Are there dead bodies still here?
No, you see no other bodies.
Okay. So you must have chucked them out a window or something.
May have been dinner.
Maybe.
Holes in the wall
didn't
open
get-
up, and the little Star Wars thing comes flying out and sweeping everything up and goes back into the wall.
Where did that go? I think I don't know. I'm getting kind of hungry, guys. What do you guys think?
I think we have a lot of things to think about. Do you? You have been here a long time. You do not require sustenance or anything of that sort, yes?
No, I do not. Do you wish to have something to eat? I can provide for you the biggest banquet you have ever seen.
Oh.
Really?
I mean, that is just purely up to my companions here, I suppose. Here I was going to offer you something, but
We were
well, I
you've been here
appreciate your.
for how long? How much would you eat, or what do you have to eat?
I require nothing.
Ah. Hmm.
So what do we want to do, guys? Besides rob him without getting caught.
Exactly.
I'm really tempted, but
I'm trying to get him out to
trying
go
really
take a bite
hard.
to eat.
I'm trying really hard not to.
Yeah.
Well, my nickname, I didn't get it because I was nice to people, but I'm going to go with the group's wishes and not try to swing my sword at his head.
Yeah. I'm gonna figure this out someday, but not right now. So I'm gonna make my way out of the. I'm gonna make my way to the rest of the companions and to just say, here's offering a feast if you guys want to partake. I mean,
Couldn't hurt. Maybe we can find out more information.
if you'd like, at least we get some food in our bellies.
He said the likes of which he'd never seen before, so.
Better than the beef jerky I've been eating since I've been trapped in this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. You've been here a while. Running low on rations.
If your offer for providing us with a meal is still open, then I think the most of us would like to take you up on that.
As he sort of, good! This is a good sign! As he begins to rub his hands together, you guys see suddenly this whirlwind sort of begins to appear, and it starts swirling around you guys. Your hair starts whipping. You hear the humming sound. Not sure where it's coming from, but it's sort of reverberating through this whole little. Suddenly, this materialization of a long table, probably 20, 30 feet long, begins to appear right in front of you guys. And as it appears, these big, huge, high back chairs with the padded like headrest and armrests sort of appear around it and slide up under the table. These plates that look to be made of silver and gold begin to sort of line themselves in front of each of the chairs as the wind sort of begins up in its big crescendo. And then there's a bright flash as suddenly everything you could think of as far as food. There's a completely roasted pig sitting right in the middle of the table with a big apple stuffed in its mouth. There's huge heaping mounds of other meats like beef and turkey and fowl and everything just sort of piled on these platters. Fruits and vegetables, big huge goblets of wine as well as mugs of ale just sort of line this table. And again, this table's like 30 feet around, man. It's just completely packed with food as each one of the chairs sort of pulls back. I should say 5 chairs exactly sort of pull back, waiting for you guys to sit down and partake should you so desire.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay?
Ain't got much else to lose.
Okay. You
can
guys,
do it.
anybody else besides?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will, but I'll also ask: is this real, or is this imaginary, or is this actual real food?
That's up for you to decide, sir.
I am not gonna eat it. I'm just.
He was
going-
asking out
I have
loud.
my own food. I
Okay.
warned the party. I would approach this with caution. It's sorcery I do not trust.
If he wanted
Well,
us
I am
dead, we'd
resistant.
already be dead.
Things.
I am inclined to agree with him on this one.
With who? Who you agreeing with, Arthur?
So like, I do this thing where I look for names in Discord, and so I'm trying not to say Agir because
Oh.
that's not his character's name. I
Deglin.
apologize. Yes,
Declan.
I know. Deglin, thank you. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with Deglin on this one.
Yeah, if he wanted us dead, we'd be dead.
So, you guys, everybody sort of sits
Yeah,
up
he-
except for Zadkiel?
Yeah, he hasn't been.
Yeah,
Violent
Zadkiel's just
to us,
staying by the
so-
door.
Okay.
Just staying by the door and watching, as if going to a party with a bunch of being designated driver kind of feel.
Gotcha. As you guys all sort of sit down and you begin to partake, the food itself tastes heavenly, for lack of a better term, without trying to be too poetic about it. The meat is tender and falls off the bone as you sort of begin to eat. The fruits and vegetables are as fresh as anything you've ever tasted in your life. The cheese is very aromatic, has a very sort of smoky flavor to it as you sort of begin to just devour this food. The mead itself has a very slight honey taste to it, and the wine itself is as good as any elven wine you've ever tasted in your life, Varys. Perhaps 30 to 45 minutes, you guys just gorge yourself on this food, and it doesn't seem like you've even made a dent in the amount of food that's available for you to eat, but soon find yourselves sort of overstuffed and belching, sort of wiping the grease and stuff off your mouths and beards and stuff, taking the last drink of ale or wine that you may have in your mug, and no sooner do you set it down than it begins to fill itself up to refill. And the whole time there's this almost like this music in the background, as if there's like a quartet or a small string band of stringed instruments sort of invisible dancing around you guys, sort of playing this music. And the individual who sort of said the genie that's sort of standing there is sort of smiling and sort of tapping his feet along to the beat of the music, just sort of chatting as he goes, hoping you guys are enjoying yourselves. And was there anything else that you want? And a minute you think that you may want some other kind of food, it appears like kiwis and pineapples. There's coconuts and you name it. It's everything you could think of appears as you guys so desire it. It lasts for about 45 minutes, an hour, like I said, as things begin to fade, as you guys come back to the real world, and the food sort of fades away, and the table and the chairs fade away, leaving you guys completely sated. The only thing remaining are the mugs of ale or the glass of or the cup of wine that you may have that you're sort of finishing off as the food fades away.
At some point during this meal, I would like to ask the genie its name.
I have told you, I am Optimus.
Optimus, that is right. Thank you. I had forgotten and just needed a reminder. I have to say thank you for your hospitality, Optimus.
Well,
This is,
thank you for not trying to steal anything and forcing me to kill you.
No, we would not want that. No. That would not be good for anyone.
Glorious host.
I just have to say, this is probably the finest meal I have ever eaten. I hope you take pride in your work, because this is fantastic.
Oh, I do what I can to make people comfortable and enjoy themselves when they are around me.
You do a wonderful job of it. I can definitely say that I have never had a friend like you.
As he bows, and he goes, "Why, thank you. I have never had a friend."
Perhaps we can do something to change that. Anyway.
Perhaps someday when I am free, I can call you my friend.
Perhaps. We will have to find a way to see if that can be done. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can't think of any other way to change the situation around for us.
Other than
Yes.
Leroy Jenkins, and I don't think we
Yes.
want to do that.
I do not want to force Optimus to kill any of us. That would be terrible in so many ways.
Or kill him after giving us a great meal.
Exactly. He seems like a great guy. I do not want to any harm to come to any of us at this table now. So I say we go through the rest of this place and see if there is other things to find that are not guarded by such a fine host as him.
I agree.
So back
All
out
right.
to the main room.
Okay.
Thank you, Optimus. You have a wonderful, however much time you have left remaining. I will be sure to visit you.
And you too, my friends. I will enjoy your company anytime. Just as a reminder, no stealing.
No theft. Understood.
Everybody check the bottom of your shoes, making sure gum didn't pick up.
Yeah. Well, that wouldn't be stealing then.
That was an accident.
Very strict wording, right?
Yeah, it was an accident. So you guys step back out of the room, and as you do, the door sort of closes right behind you of its own accord, standing back in the chamber with all of the doors. Again, you see 3 doors sort of stuck into the right-hand curved wall. You see 2 doors standing alone in their own door frame, sitting in front of these other 2 force cages of doors.
All right, that looks kind of odd to me on a map. So if you go in door E, do you come out in that force cage behind it? Is that what we're kind of thinking?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think you gotta figure out how to what combination of door will get you out, and that's going to be a problem if you're by yourself.
I mean, strictly speaking, it is possible that it is an experiment to see, if he could perhaps create a doorway that could travel through the force cages, but he probably could not have any way to make one on the other side of the water we stepped in. But we will not know until we open, so.
Right. So here's the question: though. You go in door E, you come out into the force cage. Can you come back?
Well, my suggestion would be that we do not go through the door until we know where it leads.
True.
And if you want to be even safer, I would say, how far away would I say this force cage is from the door itself? Like 5 feet? Is that 10 feet?
Each square is 10 feet, so.
Got it.
Hey,
Perhaps,
Agamran, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Optimus,
So
the
there's
mighty
this-
genie guardian. I like it. So you were
So,
saying? Sorry.
Yeah, is there, first of all, doorknobs? Is this like a door you push, or is this like a doorknob sort of situation where you have to turn
So
something?
these are doors that have a key lock in them, right? So you would don't know if they're open or not locked, I should say. But you would, if they are, you would have to pick the lock, and then you would be able to push the door open.
We didn't find a key, did
No, you guys haven't found any other keys. The only keys that you guys have found anywhere were the skeleton keys.
Right, I just
Which
wanted to
I
make
don't
sure
care what
didn't
anybody
find-
says. That's a good name.
It is a good name.
Oops.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't find one on the wizard or something.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah.
I had
did
an
not.
idea.
All right.
Mhm.
You have an idea?
Yeah. What if we open up like door E?
Yes.
All right. Take a rope, tie it onto one of these old musky books sitting around, throw it through the door, and then try to pull it back.
Yeah, you could do the same with a 10-foot pole or something of the like. Yeah. I am only thinking that perhaps opening a door might trigger a force gauge to appear, and so I would want to have some way of opening it from a distance. I am just looking through. I do not have a spell that can help with this. First, I suppose we would have to unlock the door, and then we could pull the door open with a rope, and then we could see if a force cage appears around it, and if one does not, then we could throw something through and pull it through. That is the way to be most safe, I think.
Sure. You want to have Varys try to open door E and check for lock or traps and stuff like that?
I think this is a good idea, and I will give Varys the rope so that he can attach it to the door, and we can open it from a distance.
Okay, which one are we doing?
E, I guess is what.
I,
What
think,
was that?
I think we are moving to E, yes.
Alright, so I'm tying the rope to the door,
Okay.
and I'm gonna check for traps
Okay.
on the door.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a trap check. The door is not trapped.
Alright,
Is it locked?
is it locked?
It is locked.
Alright, open lock.
Okay.
It's slightly better. Oh, that's
What-
a fail too.
What's your open locks?
52.
52. You get a plus 10% anyway, so your roll is now 62% is what yours is. So you made it with a 61. So you get a plus 10%.
Okay.
So as you play with the lock, it takes you a while. It's like frustration starts to set in as you almost like you finally settle down, take a deep breath, click, and the door unlocks.
All right, I step back.
Okay.
Go ahead and tie the rope to the handle.
Oh, I already did that.
Yeah, he already did.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Just making sure.
I step back.
As you guys, he sort of pulls the lever slightly, just enough to loosen it. You guys pull the door open, and the door opens up. And on the other side, it looks like there's a force cage on the other side of the door, like you're stepping into a force cage.
Do any of the other doors open in kind?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the door inside the force cage that's right in front of this door appears to open up. To be open, in other words.
So that makes sense. That makes sense.
Would you like to put something in there and then?
I need
see if we
Arthur
can
to
move?
please give me a intelligence check.
So D20 roll under my 18.
That is correct.
Ha! I rolled a 2. That's good.
Arthur, you are stunned as if like you cannot believe what you are looking at. You are looking at magic being able to penetrate a force cage, which in theory should be impossible.
Well,
Because
But I
being
don't
able
think
to
that's
move through any kind of a force cage or anything like that, magic can't penetrate it. And now it looks like there is a dimensional space created between door E and the force cage right in front of you.
it looks like this wizard did discover a couple of things after all. That is no mean feat.
So,
I have to figure out how he did this.
well, so if we step through the door, would we be able to come back? That's
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. We should throw something through,
yeah. yeah.
and then lasso it back. You know.
So tying it to some object, whatever that object is, you guys toss it through the door, and you hear a clunk from the other side of the room as it comes out of the door in the force cage and lands in the middle of the floor of the force cage. Pulling it back, you pull it right back through. It comes right back to your hand.
This is quite something.
No burning, no scarring.
No burning, no scarring, no smoking, no weird noises. Nothing reaches out to grab it or anything.
I'm gonna walk through the door.
So you guys watch as Arthur steps through the door. Arthur, you feel this tingling sensation, and it feels like almost like you're pulled forward. Even though you're not pulled forward, you have the sensation of being pulled forward. And the next thing you know, you're standing in the middle of the force cage. And you turn around to look to see your friends standing at the other side of the room.
Give him a wave.
I-
Hey!
As they all wave.
I'll wave at them, and I'll just kind of like poke the force cage a couple times, like act like I'm
It-
a mime or something
Yep.
like that.
As you try to touch, the force cage is solid. Impenetrable from this side, apparently.
Oh, this is quite something, and I'm going to walk back through the door.
You step through the door, and it feels again like you're being pulled. I kind of liken it. Have you ever watched Stargate? Right, as they step through the field, there's suddenly their atoms are sort of shot off like a cannon, almost like a view of Star Trek where they hit warp drive, and that's kind of what it feels like. Your body's like all the atoms in your body are pulled forward, but all at the same time you can feel the rushing sensation, but nothing really changes on you visibly as you step through the door and you're back in the chamber with your comrades.
This is something that I'm going to have to spend a lot of time on.
Sir, how do you feel?
Oh, I mean, mentally, physically, I feel lots of things right now. I feel very many things. Most of them are excitement. I want to check this out the door.
Oh, okay.
D?
And yeah, I want to go over to it, and then like thinking better of just like opening it right there then and there. I'm just gonna say, Varys, could I borrow you again?
All right.
All right.
Really, want some treasure.
I am sure we will find some treasure to share with you.
Okay. So yeah, the door itself is
Succeeded on that one.
the door is not trapped, but it is locked. And you succeed on that as well. Hey, look at those rolls.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Makes
This
sense for
one,
last time.
boom, instantly, you're like, oh, that was easy. As the lock unlocks, you hear the slight clicking sound of the latch being released and the door going as it slightly opens.
Now the last one was safe, but we do not know that this one is. So I recommend we do the same procedure. We open it with a rope.
Okay.
Mhm.
We toss something inside and then pull it out and see if it works.
Okay. Same process, same result. This time, the object that you tied lands in the center of the force cage that's right in front of door D.
He has got to have created these in advance. Yes, he must have set up the doorways and then put the force cage around them. That simply must be what it is.
Yeah,
There's still got to be some secret to this, but I am excited to clear the rest of the place out so I can look into this further. Hey, Dungeon Master, just a quick clarification. Can you remind me, the treasure room that we found was a hidden compartment, yes?
That is correct. It was a hidden door.
So, right,
Yes.
so we hadn't checked CB-Ray yet.
That is correct.
Do you guys want to go through the rest of these now?
Yeah, let's see what's going on.
sure.
Let's check the one from the bottom here and then move our way up.
Same procedure.
All right. So I'm going to move Varys over. Varys is putting his life on the line for everybody.
This
Go
is
ahead.
Yeah.
This is
As you
spot on
find
the
that the door is not trapped either.
Yeah, I want lots of payment from this.
You will get your share like we do.
100 gold per door, right? As you
You wish.
takes you a little longer than the last time, but you do manage to release the lock on this one as well.
Step back. It's all
Okay.
yours, wizard.
I want to pull the rope.
All right, pulling the rope open, the door leads into what appears to be some kind of an empty chamber, maybe 10 foot square.
Do you see any traps beyond the door?
Looking in, you don't see anything obvious.
Pump my 10-foot pole in.
Okay. Poking your 10-foot pole around, it seems to be solid. The walls themselves, though, even though they're solid, they look like a force cage shape, right? So the force cage has the bars and stuff like that, but you can see there's inscribing all along the walls, floor, and ceiling that make it look like a force cage, but it's just not glowing like the normal force cage that you would see.
I want to investigate this room, but I am suspicious.
Well, let's throw the rope and the book in just to make sure it's not trapped or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that. Let's
So once
throw
again,
something in and pull
yep.
it out.
Once again, you guys do, and poof, lands, pull it back, nothing.
Alright. Well, it's as safe as we can think it's safe if you want to try it, Arthur.
Yeah, that's actually a good question, Agamren. That would be something for the wizard to figure out. You take one of
It
those
really
doors
would
that's
be a handy portable door.
if you guys like, oh, Zedkiel, can you carry this door around wherever we go? If we need to get back to the tower, we just step through the door. End up in the
Then
force
we're in the
cage.
tower, in the force cage.
Hey, I didn't
Yeah.
say it was a perfect plan.
Hey, man.
Yeah, but it probably only works in a certain distance from apart from each other.
I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But I suppose. Can I just? I don't know if this is like a thing that I can do like I can in 5e. But is there any way I can like look into the room and inspect it to see if I can see any like glyphs that are going to go
Yeah,
off?
give
when
me
I
a
enter or
give me
anything
a
like that?
go ahead, give me a search.
Sure.
Yeah,
well,
it
maybe
doesn't.
It's a 5.
You see these markings on the walls that I described to Varys as he was sort of looking. And it, again, small squares, so, vertical and horizontal lines all intersecting, making it look like a cage, but it's not the normal magical force cage that you saw. It's inscribed into the wall, so it has that same look and feel as a force cage.
Well,
Huh?
let's see what's in the other rooms before I go look at this.
Okay.
I want to look at it, but I want to do so under the scrutiny of a detect magic spell, and then I will do that once we have checked everything else.
So the bees next. Are we still going to do the same process? Where
Yeah, I think so, right?
I mean,
Okay.
it is the safest way.
Let's make sure that we're not standing directly in the doorway when it happens.
No, absolutely. I am not intending to stand directly in the doorway.
Okay. So you check this door. It is locked, but you
Yep.
find no traps.
Can't get it unlocked.
Nope. You work on it for a little bit, and nope, no such luck. Unable to unlock that door.
This is beyond my skill.
Perhaps we can try again at a later time. You want to move on to A?
Sure.
I might be able to break it down, no?
Let's wait on that. Yeah. Yeah.
So checking this door, it does not appear to be trapped either, but again, it is locked. And once again, try as you might, you are unable to pick this particular lock.
I think I need a nap. Getting tired.
You put your pick tools in the bed.
What is the lock made out of?
It's just a metal keyhole, right? And it has a latch inside that works.
So if we were to smash it with a hammer, it would probably break right open.
We have
I
some
mean,
gas.
it takes a while to smash down a door, but you could probably try to smash down the door.
I would not want to smash any doors in a wizard's tower. That might be really bad.
Yeah, generally I think it's a last resort sort of situation.
Oh, smash!
All right. Well, seeing as these doors are not going to open, and I do not remember there being any other levels to this place, I'm going to take a look at this door here again.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go ahead and just cast detect magic and
Okay.
Scan that room before I step inside.
Everything in this place radiates a magic of some kind. There's sort of a I don't say transmutation, but a
Enchantment.
enchantment, whatever dimensional stuff, right? Like dimension door and all those. Conjuration type magic that is completely encompassing this room.
Okay. The room I'm standing in, or the room I'm looking at?
The room you're looking at. It all of it sort of bleeds together.
Right. So do I get the sense that it's the same magic in that room as it is in this room that I'm standing in
Yes.
now? Or a different
Yes. Very
one?
similar.
Alright, fine. I'm going to walk inside.
Okay.
You don't want a rope or something just in case?
Sure, give me a rope.
Okay. Tying the rope as you step through the door, you don't get that same sensation that you had last time, but this time you just sort of step in and you find yourself, it's just like walking into a little 10-foot square room that's off the tower.
Okay.
But when you look at it from the outside, you don't see any extra rooms attached to the side like those old castle.
That is
houses.
correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Hmm.
The tower outside was perfectly round all the way up.
Is there apart from like the kind of like design of this room looking like a force cage? Is there anything in this room that might indicate what it might have been used for? Anything on the ground, like a residue of any sort of chemical ingredients?
Give me a search.
Scuffs where furniture has been moved. Yeah, okay.
And then give me an intelligence check.
Dope. Intelligence 10. So that's
Now
an
this whole floor reeks of research to you. The wizard was obviously obsessed with force type magics, and obviously he was trying to find a way out of his tower. So he was trying to find a way to have magic get through force type cages and stuff like that. So it would stand to reason that he has these extra dimensional rooms that he's testing his thoughts with. The closest that you see was door D and E, which would be a miraculous discovery to be able to pass through a force cage with whatever he did, right? So that's like level 10 shit, right? So
Yeah.
it's definitely this whole place just sort of means to you all research for one reason or another. This is probably some little pocket dimension he created just to see, how it would react to his different spells or whatever. But what its original purpose was, you don't know. What about the rest of y'all? Anything else that you guys want to do while Arthur's in there sort of wandering around the room?
I'm just
And
keeping
all this
guard,
wizard
man.
stuff confuses me, so I'm just kind of leaning against the table with the dagger out, picking
Yep.
my nails.
Yep.
And I'm just looking around, keeping guard, and just kind of
Right.
hanging out until he's done doing whatever exploration he's doing.
I'm holding his rope.
Okay. Yeah. The only other thing that you guys didn't look at as far as this whole complex was, if you recall, on one of the first levels you guys are in, there were the owl bears. But other than that, you guys think you've probably swept, unless there's some hidden secret compartment somewhere you guys may have passed by. It looks like you've probably investigated all of this other than doors A and B here.
I still don't know what the desk does in the other room, but if you guys want to go back to see if there is more beneath the ground, we could go back there, but until we can get into these rooms, I do not know what else to make of this place.
I'm gonna. I'll say that Varys can try again in about an hour.
I would like to. I want to ask Optimus a question. I'm going to make my way over to his
Okay.
little corner and just peek in and say, Optimus.
Hello, my friend. Tell me you haven't come
Hello.
to steal from me.
Absolutely not.
That
do
is
you know
a
anything
wise man.
I appreciate the compliment. Do you know anything about a key that might be in here or otherwise in the tower that
A
might
key?
give access? Yes.
What would
any
this
sort
key
of
be for?
Doors.
Humor as well. Most keys are for some kind of a lock on a door. But no, I have no keys here.
Well, this is good. Do you know of any other keys, perhaps in this tower that you might know the location of, or did the wizard at any time speak about any sort of hidden compartments or anything you might know to help us explore this place?
I do not know. I was not privileged to his information very often.
That is unfortunate. But, thank you for everything, Optimus.
You are
have a
very
wonderful-
welcome, my friend.
I'm just gonna make my way. Just gonna give him like a half salute and just kind of make my way back to the
He
party.
gives a half bow and goes back to doing whatever it was he was doing before you arrived.
Making towers out of coins or something. Who knows?
Jenga!
I just had an idea for a game that will make me a millionaire. Become retired from adventuring. There is no need to do this anymore. It will fund all my spell research. I would like to invent Jenga. Anyway, I suppose there might be other paths on travel, but I do not think they are going to be in here until maybe we come back at a later time and try the doors again.
Yep, like I said, I'll say that Varys could try every hour.
Yeah.
Eventually, he could probably try it.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm gonna recommend, like, just out of character, that we go back like to the owlbear situation and just kind of check through other hallways, see if there's anything we've missed. You know, could be
Totally
key
up to
down
what you
there,
guys want to do.
treasure,
Well,
all sorts of other things.
we never did find Arctis.
I know.
Maybe he's laying outside this castle or this tower someplace.
Yeah, and now that we think the ghost is gone, I would be very inclined to want
Search the
to
grounds.
search the grounds a little bit now that it's safer. So I think we should make our way back out, do that, like, you know, search the Albert thing on the way there since it's on the way. Maybe search the grounds a bit, see if I can find my dear friend Arctis. And following all that, come back here and check those doors again. Sound good to you guys?
Sounds like a plan.
All right. Now, just one question before we go down. Do we want to try and ask the imp if it knows where the keys to the doors in this place are? Undoubtedly, he will say yes, because he will
Or-
be able to.
Yeah,
Be able to.
He'll
Yes.
lie, no matter
Right,
what.
right, right. And we know this, and so I think we go into that saying, now we know you are going to lie to us if we just let you free. So you tell us where it is, and if we find it, then we let you free. You know?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
And you know, the worst thing he does is he says no. Yeah.
That's true.
All right. Now, perhaps, Zadkiel, I have a question for you. Zadkiel,
Yes, I'm listening.
are you bound to keep your word if it is to a fiend? I do not know the exact scripture of the religion you follow, so
I don't understand your question.
if you made a promise to a fiend, yes, are you bound to? If you made a promise to a fiend, say, you know, tell us where a key is and we set you free, for example, are you bound to keep that promise, or do you is it to a fiend and therefore invalid? I do not know.
I would never deal with a fiend.
I
So
suppose
I
that is
cannot
fair.
answer that question.
I'm back.
Well, I suppose that is fair. But if by off chance you found that you had unwittingly made a deal with a fiend,
You are trying to make me have impure thoughts.
I
cannot
am not.
answer that
No,
question.
no. I am not trying to make you have impure thoughts. I simply need to know what the boundaries of your, what you are able to do comfortably are. So I do not.
cannot answer that question.
Right, fair enough. And I'm going to turn to Declan and just say, and you?
Not at all.
Oh, I'm going to need clarification on what you mean by that.
I have no problem lying to that piece of scum that's in that force cage.
Okay, so perhaps Zadkiel, you wait here. I do not want him to get the idea to say, I'll do it if he promises that he'll let me free, or whatever. You know, I do not want to put that thought into the imp's mind.
Right.
And so, as I say it in front of the DM, but I do not want to put that thought into the imp's mind. So perhaps you stay here, and the rest of us go down. We ask him this question, and if he gives us an answer, and we find a key, then we decide what we want to do from there, whether it be honest or not. And if he does not, then you know we have lost nothing. So
So
Yes.
before you guys go, I'm going to give Varys one more try with one of the other doors, or if you want to try both doors, because it's been a while since you were here investigating that room. It's a 10-foot by 10-foot room. It still takes you half hour, 30 minutes, whatever to do, plus your interactions with the genie. Therefore, I'm going to say before you guys go down, if you want to try the doors again, I'll give you another shot at both doors before you leave.
Sure.
So which door do you want to try
Door-
first?
Let's try door B.
Door B. Okay, you already know it's not trapped, so as you're sort of playing around with it, it takes you like forever. All of a sudden you hear a click as the latch releases, as you manage to unlock.
Think I got this one.
Tie it off on the rope and we'll pull it out.
Yep, same tactic as before.
All right. You guys, I should say, let me move Varys back. You tie it, you begin to pull the door open. On the other side, before, even as the door is cracking open, you can see that there's it's another one of these extra dimensional planes, whatever, but this one seems to be covered completely in mud and dirt, and it's sort of, the dirt sort of rises up to the sides of the walls. you hear this, and as the door opens up, you see this huge fist come into the door frame. Dang it.
Oh, that is disconcerting. I take a few steps back.
And bursting through the door, you see this massive creature made of stone and earth. I need somebody, I should say, to roll initiative or roll for surprise for me.
Yeah. Can I just make a request?
Sure.
I don't think I would be up front.
Well, I don't think you would. We'll put you guys wherever.
Okay. Okay, just putting that out there. I'll roll a d6 if nobody else wants to.
All right, I rolled a 5. You rolled a 6. As nobody is surprised. Now, let's go for actions. As you watch these huge creatures, or this big, like this, it's made of stone and earth. It's probably about 8 feet tall as it sort of comes bursting through the door frame. Its shoulders barely fit as it turns sideways, working its way through. And again, it's made completely of rock, earth, and mud. It appears to be almost as if its feet are part of the floor as it's sort of sliding across. Go ahead and give me your action, Arthur.
So, firstly, I think I would be here.
That's fine.
Or here. Secondly,
Okay.
I'm just going to say I do not think a web spell is going to hold this thing, but I do have an idea if we want to run downstairs very quickly, and I'm going to move towards where we know there is a force cage we can turn on and off.
So, as in where?
As in downstairs.
Oh, you're heading downstairs. So that's what you're going to do. Is you're going to move downstairs.
That is, yeah, that is what
I
I'm going
see what
to
you're saying.
attempt to do.
Okay, I see what you're
attempt to
saying.
do,
Yep,
and I
gotcha.
hope the others will follow me.
Okay, so Arthur's is going to run downstairs. Okay, next in line, let's say Deglin. Actions. Deglin, you with us?
I'm sorry, I turned my mic.
Oh, they're fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my hammer and shield and prepare to fight.
Okay.
I don't think we got time to run.
Okay.
Okay.
Hammer. All right, and next on the chopping block, Ivar.
I'll pull my two-handed sword out and smile.
All right.
Okay, not a problem. Varus.
I'm gonna draw my longsword, taunt it, and run down to help Arthur
Okay.
to see if it will follow me.
Okay.
If we're standing and fighting,
Well,
I
he's
can't. Can I talk back my action, or is it too late now?
Well, I mean, I can change my action before I do it, and just stay here and fight it with my long.
Just knowing that all my allies are going to stand and fight, I don't want to run. I don't want to run all the way down.
okay. So
Maybe just run behind the other force cage that's up here.
Yeah, I'll just stay out of its melee range. We'll
Okay.
see. I'm gonna move, but I'll move somewhere.
Gotcha. And last but not least, my friend Zadkiel.
I pull out my sword and shield and go, "What have you done?"
All right. So now that we know that, let's have Arthur roll for initiative. I rolled a 2. You guys rolled a 3. So you gain first. So Arthur, where do you want to move? Just click on the map where you want me to move you to, and I will move for you.
Oh, I'm just gonna, for now, step back here.
Okay. And that still gives you plenty of vision to see this thing as it's coming through the doorway.
Yep.
You guys watch as Arthur, seeing this creature burst through, he just turns and moves to the back of the room, trying to give himself some range just in case he needs to do whatever he needs to do. Deglin, you going to move up on it, or are you just going to wait for it?
I'm gonna set to receive charge.
You're going to set to receive charge? All right. Is your character fine where you're at, or do you want me to move you somewhere?
No, he's fine where he's at.
Okay. Ivor, are you fine where you're at, or you
Um,
want me to move you?
I'm moving up and attacking.
You're going to move up to attack? All right, go ahead and move up. And, oopsie, I forgot. Sorry, guys. Give me just a second, because I forgot to get this monster's stats handy, because I'm a knucklehead.
I have scrolls now. I didn't think about that. I should have thought about that. I'm an idiot.
That's okay. It's okay.
It's been a while since I've had loot.
Yeah. I know, it's kind of funny. All right, so let me see what its armor class is. Why doesn't it have an armor class? Oh, armor class 2. Go ahead and roll to hit. You're 4th level, right?
Correct.
4th level, armor class 2. Do you have a bonus to hit?
Yes, I do. I have a +4 to hit.
You have a +4, so that's a 17. That hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Is this a large creature or a?
I'm gonna say yes, they are considered large. What are you hitting them with?
Two-handed sword, magical,
Yep.
+1.
+1. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then add 5 more to that damage to the 16. So
All right. 21. So you slam into that as your sword cleaves right onto it, and it ricochets right off the stone skin of this body as the creature's magical hide protects it from damage. Varys. With us, Lando?
Yeah, fiance is talking to me.
Oh, sorry. Don't want to interrupt family, that's for sure. Varys is up.
Yeah. Yeah, she wrote me some mail.
Oh, nice.
All right.
So you watch as Ivar goes up and he swings this huge, heavy two-handed sword. It cleaves right to the stone of this creature, and it just ricochets off. A small little chunk of rock goes flying, but nothing compared to the damage you thought that it would have done.
I have a magic sword, so I'm hoping that will help.
Okay, what is your sword?
+1.
Okay.
I'm going to come here to the south of it and leave room for Zadkiel.
Okay.
Try to stab it.
All right, go ahead and roll to hit. Armor class 2. Seven. Just as Ivar had done, you swing your blade. It ricochets off the heavy stone that this creature is made of. You can see that it's literally made of rock and earth. So it's definitely has a tough hide that is tough to penetrate. Zadkiel, you're up. Sorry, hang on. I forgot Deglin. Hang on.
What's that?
I think I forgot Deglin. Did I skip over Deglin? I did. I skipped right over Deglin. Deglin, you're up. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Deglin's waiting for charge. I'm sorry. You're right. Never mind.
Exactly.
Okay. You're right. I forgot. Sadkill, you're up, sir.
Okay. What kind of creature does this thing? Do I know what it looks like?
This creature,
Other than
it's
stone?
made of stone and earth, so it looks to be an elemental of some kind.
Oh, do I know what that is?
Probably never have encountered one yet. Well, I should say I know you have never encountered one yet, so you may have heard legends and stuff like that, but you don't really know anything about them.
All right. I charge it.
Okay. And you're attacking with?
My sword.
The wooden
Yeah.
sword?
Yes, the wooden sword.
Okay.
Because I don't even know what it does.
Ah.
It's probably gonna break. All right, here we go. Okay, I rolled. Did anything show up?
Not yet.
Well,
I don't think you really rolled.
log in. Yep, I'm gonna have to log back in apparently.
I will say I have better stuff coming on the way.
All right, here we go. I had a 20, but I'll roll this.
I don't think that hits, as the blade sort of ricochets right off the top of it again. I'm going to double check something here really quick because I forgot to write this down. I want to make sure. I apologize. I just want to make sure what it... Yep, I just want to make sure that's what it was. Okay. All right, so your blade, like I said, as the creature comes upon you, boom, slams into it, but it just ricochets off. It is now the creature's turn. 1 to 2 is Ivar. 3 to 4 is Zadkiel. 5 and 6 is Varus, as the creature moves through. 1, so he's attacking Ivar. As he moves through you guys, he swings these heavy club-like fists that slam into Ivar. He gets 1 attack. And what's your armor class, Ivar?
AC2 with my cloak on.
Okay. With the cloak on? I thought you had
Yes.
I thought you had better than that. Why am I thinking?
No, I only got a.
Oh
I
yeah,
only
you have a
had
3.
one
That's right. For
plate
some
on.
reason, okay. I'm sorry. I was thinking Deglin. Deglin's got like a negative 100 armor class or some shit now. All right. So he swings. Identity, and we roll. As he rolls a 5, as his heavy club slams into you. Hang on just a second. I need to double check. So he's a 8 hit dice against armor class 2. Yeah, he needs a 10 or better to hit you. So he rolled a 5 as he misses. And he, however, moves right through you guys and goes right for the door. So I need Varus and actually all 3 of you, Varus, Ivar, and Zadkiel, go ahead and roll your opportunity attacks. Varus, miss. Ivar the Bloody, miss. Zadkiel, 15 hits. As the blade comes slamming into the creature, you see suddenly there's like this bright flash of energy along the blade as its magical property, whatever it does. Big chunk of the creature goes flying off it as your blade actually seems to hurt it. Go ahead and roll damage for a long sword against a large creature. Plus your strength bonus, of course. 1 plus your strength. You get a +3 on your strength bonus. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yep, so that's 4. All right, so you watch as a chunk of this was flying off, and just as you guys are watching it, a second one comes right behind it. Same thing as before. This time, it attacks Ivar as well. This time, it hits. As the second creature comes barreling through, you all 3 get your get another attack as the second one goes burning through. However, as it goes blasting through, Ivar suffers 15 hit points of damage as this second creature's heavy fist slams into him, knocking him backwards slightly. But you all get an attack of opportunity on it as you watch as both these creatures just make beeline for the stairs. As they go, they don't even seem like they're walking. They're sort of like shuffling their feet that look to be like they're wading through water. It's almost as if they're part of the earth or the ground itself as they begin going down the stairs. Ivar, as you try to swing to fend off, your blade misses. Varus, your blade strikes, but it just ricochets off as Zadkiel, still overcome by the fact that he hit the first one, swings backwards, and it just sort of half-heartedly bounces off this creature as you see them disappear going down the stairs. What do you guys want to do? We're back to the top of the order. Let's talk about our actions. Arthur, actions?
I would like to run after these things, but not get close enough to be hit.
Okay. So you're chasing after. So you're heading downstairs
Yeah.
as well. Deglin.
Same thing. Gonna stay back, but follow them.
Okay. Ivor.
Look in the rooms if there's anything else coming out first. Just can you kind of fast glance and then
Okay.
follow with them while
Okay.
going ow.
Okay. Varys.
Oh, I shut the door. to
Okay.
that room.
You quickly shut the
And
door.
follow.
As Ivar, you note that this is a room that's probably about 30 foot square, so it's about 3 times the size as of the other chambers that you've been seeing. Most of them have been about 10-foot blocks. This one appeared to be about 30 feet based on your quick judgment, but by then the door is closed, but you don't see anything besides those 2 earth creatures coming. So the door closes. Zadkiel, actions.
I'm gonna attack the last guy that went in there.
They're not there anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, if you refresh the map,
you
you
went
can.
down. Went
Yeah.
down the.
Yeah, you're
stairs,
chasing.
right?
Yeah, they went downstairs, so you're going to go after them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let us go ahead and roll for initiative again. Arthur, you won, so you get to roll again. I rolled a 5.
That's exciting.
Hey,
rolled a
let's
5.
tie. Let's do it again. I rolled a 2 as you guys gain initiative. So, Arthur, you get to the top of the stairs. You and Deglin both get to the top of the stairs as you see that the creatures have moved down to the first floor. You can hear some yelling and screaming coming from the imp that's that's in the cage, but the creatures apparently ignore him and they have continued on their way. I'm going to go ahead and move everybody to the next map down below.
2DM question.
Yep.
Since I worked in mines and all that stuff, would I recognize what these creatures are?
So you recognize they're probably some kind of elemental. Well, you've never seen them. They look like elementals, like because they're made of rock and stone. So you've heard of these types of creatures and stuff, but you've never seen one yourself.
I can relay that to the rest of the group as they catch up. That these are these are elementals of Earth.
All right, so you guys get there, and what are they? You see, as you get there, you see that they are heading for the stairs to go down again. So, Arthur, you've caught up with them. Any action that you want to take? You have the initiative, so.
I just want to move over to this switchboard here. But I
Okay.
think I already moved as my action. So
Well, you get like 90 feet of movement, right? So getting down the
Yeah,
stairs and moving over to that, I have no problem doing that. Deglin.
No, I'm just gonna stay there, and I'm not approaching them, but I'm gonna be prepared if they charge me.
Yes, yes, yes. Wizard, push the button. Let me free. Let me out of here. Come on, let me out of here.
shoo, and I'm going to just hover my hand over the button that hopefully raises and drops the other force gauge.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Just in case.
Ivar.
Since I've noticed my boy didn't do squat to him, I'm going to stand back and just go into kind of a guard stance.
Okay.
Shield wall.
Varys.
I'm going to go over behind A and see if I can taunt them into coming this way.
Okay,
and we
I
can
like it.
trap him.
Zadkiel.
Yeah, I'm just gonna attack the last guy,
Okay,
the closest guy. I'm gonna charge him.
okay. Cool. All right, go ahead and roll your attack.
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Three misses. This time your blade, as it's coming down, the creature sort of turns and deflects it. And as one moves down the stairs, the second one swings at you, slamming into you for 16 hit points of damage before it disappears down the stairs.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah, they
think we're going to
hurt.
be fighting these things in a straight up sort of way.
Okay, back to the top of the order. Actions, Arthur.
I'm gonna continue to follow these things, just if for no other reason than to see what they're doing. They
Okay.
might just be trying to escape at this point. I'm not gonna take any hostile actions against them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're probably trying to get out.
All right. So you guys follow the creatures as they go to head down the stairs. Hey, what are you doing, wizard? Push the button! I said push the button! As the imp is trying to get you to free him.
I'll
However,
ignore it.
ignoring, I assume, as you guys. I really hate doing this, but as you guys find yourselves at the stairs again. This time, as you're watching the elementals, they're moving through the room, heading for the door. But as they're doing so, they're going through everything. They're like smashing through the bookcases. They're smashing through the bed. They're smashing through the table. They're literally smashing over the top of everything as they make their way to the far door.
Not the bad.
Anything but the bed.
All right, I really need to know. I really need to know all that magical shit that they just went through. Is it intact?
You don't know.
Oh, I can't say. Okay.
Don't know. As you guys see that they're across the room, bursting through the door, knocking the door off the hinges since it was closed, as they disappear through the door. And as they disappear through the far door, you see suddenly they melt into the ground and the earth and stone as they escape the internal confines of this of the tower. They reach actual earth and stone, and whoosh, they just meld into it, and they disappear.
Well, that is. I frankly do not know how to feel about this.
Well, let's check the stuff and see what's broken and what's not.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay. As you move about the room, you find that the desk and the bookcase have been shattered. The chair at the desk seems to be in good spirits, so to speak. But the chair, but the bed is cracked, but it still appears intact. It doesn't look like it was broken all the way through. It was just shoved off to the side into the wall, where part of its frame appears to be fractured in places. But the bookcase and the writing desk definitely appear to be shattered and burst through. And as you guys look over, kind of going through the damage and picking up what little pieces there are, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Because that's what we do here. What's that?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been more upset in a D&D game before.
That's kind of
Well,
funny.
it is what it is.
Yep. All right, if you guys
I can't have my treasure. You can't have your money.
guys give me just a second here, and I'll get our gonna move us over to our intermission. This is where we usually take 10, 15 minutes, so we're gonna go ahead and take 15. So we are going to be back at at 9:50 Eastern time. For those that want to hang around and hang out with us. Why is this not? There we go. Hang out with us. We are going to enjoy some of the smooth sounds of monkey boogers. If it'll play. If it'll play. There we go.
Yeah, hit the random button.
I am.
You're good. You're good.
Gotcha. Shuffle. Yeah. Yep. Shuffle's on now. There we go. We have it on shuffle. Just so you don't have to listen to the same stuff all the time, what Monkey Booger complains about. So yeah, man. So like I said, I appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us. For those that are here for the first time, again, this is our break. We'll be back in give or take 15 minutes or so. In the meantime, enjoy this. Where is my volume control? Isn't working? Why not? That's annoying. So let's do it this way. We'll bring it this way. I don't know how it sounds out on the stream, but I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit here. But yeah, oh man, I am just all over the place today. How about we actually start the timer? There we go. Hey, we'll be back in 15 minutes. For those that are relatively new here, we're trying to get up our followers. I appreciate if you hit that follow button if you haven't already. If you haven't been to our Discord, please. Down in our information page, we got the Discord link. Just hit our Discord. Follow us. Subscribe to us if you want. If you don't want to do a rent or a recurring subscription, we do have a tip jar. You just hit the tip jar down on our information page and give a one-time tip. Everything that we make goes right back into the stream, as you know. But yeah, man, there's a lot of new folks, I think, that came across with that viewership. So we definitely appreciate everybody that jumped across. And I think Key Lime, if you're still out there, I'm going to have to figure out why you haven't been able to raid us. I think it's my raid settings. I think I've only got it set for followers, but I thought you were a follower, so I don't know why. Or maybe it's we got to be friends. I don't know. Or maybe it's somebody that I have to follow. Maybe that's why. So I'm going to have to figure out what it is, but I'll get those settings. So next time you come by, you can go ahead and raid because, we love raids, man. We love when people stop by, especially newbies. Again, our party is still looking for Nat 1s and Nat 20s. If you guys have not yet turned in your coins, you can trade your coins in for a natural 1 or a natural 20. The party can then use that to change out any dice roll. Kind of helps me out if you want to give it to me instead. But yeah, we'll be back in about 14 or so minutes, 13 minutes, man. We appreciate if you hang out with us. The gods giveth and the gods taketh away, Arthur. Anybody that's still out there in the real world, we definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Nice. Appreciate you hanging out, Jay. Did you hear me earlier? I get my, because of the very generous tip donation I got a week and a half ago, I'm able to buy a Stream Deck, and it's going to be here, I think Wednesday. Whatever the 15th is, Wednesday, I think. So now I too can be one of the oops, I pushed the wrong button crew. You are listening to the smooth sounds of Monkey Boogers. Everybody get down, the party till you puke. Right. Let me see. Yeah, Card Man, I'm sorry, I just got back. I just saw your message. Yeah, I mean, 1E, man, the monsters are definitely a whole other level, I think, as compared to the players. Because I used to think, man, these things aren't that tough, and then I realized, oh crap, man, you got to have freaking like plus 10 weapons to hit these things. The hell's up with that? So let me somewhere in here. There we go. All right, that has been fixed. So Keylime, if you're still out there, man, again, I do apologize for having my stream settings incorrect. I did have it for only people that I followed or were friends of mine were allowed to raid. So I opened it up. Everybody can raid now. I do apologize. So. For those of you folks that have not, that are new to us and haven't clicked that like button, please click the follow. I'd appreciate that. We're trying to get our numbers up here a little bit, slowly but surely growing. And now that we are underneath the Greyhawk Creatives brand, hopefully that will expand or explode exponentially. If you have yet to see it, go check out twitch.tv/teams/Greyhawk Creatives. Check out all the awesome content from Greyhawk. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Anywhere from Lord Gazumba to Blue Box, I think, is on there. Obviously, Anna Meyer. If you don't follow Anna Meyer's channel, where have you been? You need to get out there or go to her website too. She's got some incredibly awesome map content out there. She is the gold standard as far as I'm concerned. So. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think the +2 or better weapon to hit is a definite tough trait for low level characters. our party here is just starting to gather some of their magical stuff, magical items or whatnot. So slowly but surely they're going to build themselves up, but they'll get there. Man, I was surprised. It's like I was hungry, and then right in the middle of the stream, my wife shows up with Taco Bell, and I'm like, God, I can't eat on the stream. But I'm like, the heck with that. I might eat on the stream. This is some pretty mellow music, Monkey. I like this stuff, man. I like it. It was either this or Metallica, so I figured I'd go with this.
Yeah, that one. That one's in the. That song is in the video game Shadow of the Avatar.
Nice.
Yeah, in the city of Ventos is when it plays.
So you're going to get me put in jail because I'm using somebody else's music, huh?
No, that's my music. I'm allowed to use it. They don't own the rights to it. I just can't sell it to another gaming company or someone rival.
Got it.
Yeah, Richard Garriott approved that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have famous people on my stream, just like Lord Kusumba.
I'm not famous.
Your music's on the stream and it's on a video game somewhere. You're famous. Let me know when you get the next Star Wars track, man.
Working on it.
For everybody that's hanging out with us, I definitely appreciate it. Don't forget to tell all your friends, all your family about us. We're here every Monday, every other Friday. Our Friday stream is a 5th edition stream. Got a good one going on over there, too. Just need to figure out where to go after they finish. They destroyed the totem. But will they survive the aftermath? That's the story. All right, we're getting ready to come back. Hopefully all of our players will come back with us. If not,
I won't survive another hit.
I'm here.
Oh shit, we can't use the bed either. Oh yes.
Possibly.
Possibly. All right, we are back where we belong, in the middle of an adventure. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to 1E1 Shots. I'm Sean, your host, together with some of the finest gamers that the interwebs has to offer. Don't forget, there's royalty in the house. We've got Anna Meyer, if she's still there. If not, we still have Lord Kusumba giving us, blessing us with his presence. So as I said before, everybody be on your best behavior. Mind your P's and Q's. Make sure you bow low, curtsy deep before the Lord himself as we get back into tonight's adventure, The Mysterious Tower by Goodman Games. For those who have never been over to Goodman Games, they got some really good stuff over there. And they're not a sponsor. I'm just saying I found this out there and I thought it was pretty badass. So I would recommend them to anybody. Although from all the stuff of theirs I've seen, there's not a lot of the old school stuff. You have to convert it back. But this was made, I think, like 3rd edition, maybe something like that. But that's all right. Let's kind of pick back up where we left off as our party has just brazenly chased a pair of trapped earth elementals. They released it from their chamber and then they chased it through the tower and cursed them as they bulldozed their way through their sanctuary here on the first level of the wizard's tower. And the earth elementals have since departed, sinking themselves into the earth and going wherever it was they were going now that they have been freed from the wizard's tower. However, they left behind it a trail of destruction as Arthur sort of weeps silently to himself, seeing that the Dewey the Dewey bookcase appears to have been destroyed, as has the heretofore unknown writing desk has been smashed through, and the bed of healing that they discovered when they were first down here appears to have been damaged, although it is still standing comparatively well compared to the rest of the furniture and whatnot in this place. So as you guys search around, no more damage has been done than you have already seen. The bookcase itself appears to be destroyed. Several books have been mangled and ripped apart, although the books themselves appear to be in relatively good shape, except for perhaps, except for perhaps being tossed around a little bit. The desk itself is basically obliterated, but the chair with the inkwell on the arm that Arthur found, that just by merely speaking or even thinking what he wanted would suddenly begin to write. The inkwell would dip itself, and then the quill pen would go out and start writing whatever it was he was thinking or saying, sort of like a dictograph or a dictaphone, whatever they're called. So, you guys see that the elemental creatures have departed the tower. What is it that you want to do?
I'm gonna hand Arthur my wineskin of mead and say, "You need to get drunk."
I'm gonna take my chest plate off and try to knock the dent out of it that the thing put in it when it about bashed my chest in.
Okay. All right. Yes, you did suffer a rather solid blow as it collapsed your armor into your chest, and you have this big, huge red, and now it's turning black and blue as your whole pectoral muscle and rib cage aches from top to bottom, from like your collarbone all the way down to your hip bone. Seems like it's on fire where this thing slammed into you.
I'm gonna look to the wineskin offered to me, and I'm just gonna kind of like pat it away. I'm just no. I do not like to drink when I am angry. Now is not a good time. So, to add to our list of things we do with every single door, the possibility of earth elementals that will crush everything we love being running right past us to do that and then escaping into the unknown needs to be added to the list of things that might happen. As long as I do not know if most of you, I don't think any of you were here for it. Burning every corpse we come across, carefully opening every door from a distance, expecting there to be earth elementals behind them, which we should have some way to. I cannot think of a way to stop them at this point, honestly. If there is an earth elemental behind another door, I think I am going to.
Cry.
I'm going to have an aneurysm and probably die on the spot. But
Based on my limited knowledge of them, that you can't really stop them.
I know this is the point. There was.
We're not strong enough yet.
Well,
If I was a pettier person, I would wish that this wizard was found himself in a very cozy place of hell for putting that in his study in a way that would destroy everything like that.
well, it appears to me has been brought to my attention that this is more than just a wizard tower. It seems more of a prison tower than a wizard's tower.
Well, yes, it was I suppose, in any way, prison for many sorts of things, like the
So-
imp and the fae and the wizard himself and the genie. Yes.
So I would caution, after that last encounter, only engage if necessary.
If there is a proof of hostile intent, is that the idea?
Correct.
Shield wall.
I think one of you had the right idea. You know,
yeah.
prepare for a charge instead of charging in. You know, that way at least
Well-
we can say we acted in the right of things.
And I go,
Well, but now those things are loose. So
and I'm gonna walk up the stairs and I'm gonna go lay in the bed.
You
Do
don't.
not lay in that bed. It is cracked and damaged. If you just lay in it, it might shatter. Wait until it is reinforced, and I can see if it still has any actual magic in it. Okay?
Maybe we should slide everything kind of out of the way, so if we open that other door and something comes out, it'll have a clear path out.
Well,
do you want to open that door?
the thing went literally through a bookcase. It's against a wall. It could not have been any more out of the way.
Yeah, true.
It is literally like as far out of the way as it could possibly be.
It might have been malicious.
It might have been malicious. I feel that way, certainly.
Okay.
So, do we want to try to reinforce that door? How injured are you, Ivar and Zadkill?
I'm at 22 hit points. I'm pretty much a little bit, almost half.
I can give you a cure light wound spell if that'll help a little bit.
It would be much appreciated.
All right, I'll do that.
I think it's hilarious that your half is higher than my max.
Reroll a one.
Oh,
Reroll
okay,
ones.
thanks.
Yeah, I'm
7.
at
7.
I'm at 25 out of 41, but I'm not too worried.
So, as you guys settle down, sort of start picking things back up. What do we want to do once we get the lower? Arthur, you find that the bed itself, although the frame and stuff appears to have been cracked and whatnot, the magic on the bed appears to be sound still.
Okay. Do I know if it's attached to the mattress or the frame?
You do not.
Okay. Well, knowing that the frame is cracked, I still am going to recommend that nobody sleep on it until we can find a way to reinforce it without,
We could probably
damaging
stack,
magic.
we could probably stack some books underneath the frame edging.
You're probably right, but frankly, I don't want to take any risk with this thing. This bed is a huge asset to us long term. If we can,
Get a
keep it
woodwork
around.
Only if we reside here.
What'd you say?
Only if we plan to reside here.
Or transport the bed somewhere else.
I think this would make a great home base of operations if we can.
Yeah, if we can get everything that's
Yeah, rehome that off-on switch.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to get a stonemason in here to do that, though.
Yeah, that's probably not gonna happen. I see Sean's face right
Talking to me.
now.
All right. So,
Well,
where do we plan to go from here, fellers?
I guess we're gonna go back up to the top and
Yep.
re-examine this
Oh.
rest of this area.
Go back up the stairs.
I'm assuming I'm not going unless the group agrees to do that. If that's what
I
we
mean,
do.
there is one last door to check. I feel like it's
I mean, we opened all those other doors. Might as well open one more.
Yeah, I guess so.
What's the worst that could happen?
2 more earth elementals charge past you and crush everything else you know
Ooh,
and love.
fire elementals, even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Might be a Medusa in there.
Oh, yeah, we
That's
already ran into
okay.
one of those.
That
She
was
might be
close.
like,
That was
"I finally
close.
found you."
All right. You guys find yourselves back upstairs at the top level as far as you're concerned. You see that the force cages are still there, the doors are still there. The 2 doors that you guys looked at before are still open. Door C, which leads into a small 10 by 10 force cage. Door B, which opens into the 30 by 30, which actually is closed. I take it back. But it opened into a 30-foot square force cage-like pocket dimension full of earth and dirt. And then door A is the only one you have yet to investigate or be able to get through.
Well, why don't we do door A or, and I don't know, maybe you could
You,
set up.
you want me to try it, Arthur? Or do you want to not risk it?
Is there any way to tell what's on the other side before we open it?
Every other way, it's always been to listen at the door, see if you hear anything, stuff like that.
Well, I mean, he checked it for traps. You'd think he would have heard something if something was moving around in there.
No, it's
Or-
totally different check.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different role entirely. I only have a 25% chance. Too.
Well, might as well
So-
do it. There's no reason to not do it.
Yeah, I'll listen to Dory.
All right, go ahead and listen up. Yep, you hear nothing. Quiet
Yeah.
as a church mouse.
See if it's trapped.
Does not appear to be trapped.
Do all the same stuff with the rope and unlock it.
Okay. As you click, click, this time it unlocks easily for you. As you slightly move the latch so it opens the door and you put the rope on it so everybody else can pull. As you step
Get
away,
out of the way.
I
Yeah,
stepped the hell away. Yes.
get out of the way.
you pull the door open and you're looking through the door leading into your bedchamber down below on the first floor.
Oh,
I guess he got tired of the stairs.
I'm sorry. Can you? It leads down to the chamber on the first floor.
Mhm.
Where does it come out
Yes.
at?
The same
there's
door
no-
on the first floor, the same door.
Oh, this is
So
okay.
So it's this door right here, as you can see if you're looking out on Astro, on Astro. Well, no,
There's
you guys
no
wouldn't see.
door.
You'd have to look on the stream,
Yeah.
as you
So
can
there's
see.
no door that leads out to the ground level outside.
Doesn't appear that way.
Hmm.
But that's interesting. Let's do the rope test.
Okay,
Throw something through,
Yep.
pull it back.
works like a charm.
All right, I'm just gonna step through.
All right, you guys watch as Arthur disappears and up through the door and into Arthur. You find yourself as you're stepping through. Instead of stepping out of the room that your friends are in, you're stepping out of the first floor chamber that you guys first walked into when you're down here. So when you turn around, as you step through the door, you're on the first floor. When you turn around to look back through the door, you're not looking at your friends anymore. You're looking at the exit to the tower where you guys first came in, where the little switch was outside.
Mhm.
That's what you're looking at. So you're actually looking. See if I can. Is this one it? No. Yes.
So,
Yeah.
what happens to the tension on the rope?
The tension, actually, good question. So I'm sorry, you're actually, if you look out on the stream, Arthur, you're looking down this hallway. As you open the door, it's looking out down that hallway that you guys first came in.
Mhm.
You're looking in that hallway there. As he steps through, the rope sort of you watch him as he walks in. And the rope is just like hanging on to him. It's just sort of floating in the air. And Arthur, as you're looking, you see that the rope goes right to the door and it cuts off. There's no rope going any further.
This is unusual.
I'm gonna try to pull him back through.
So as you pull him back through, Arthur, the rope it's like somebody cuts the rope right there at the edge of the door.
Mhm.
And the rope falls loosely around your waist. And Deglin, you pull and you see the rope, like it's like somebody cut the rope right there at the door, and you pull it through, and you can see Arthur standing on the other side. You could see him standing in the room, but now the rope is sort of dangling around his waist where somebody cut it off right at the door.
So I can tell he's not hurt then.
Yeah, you could see him. He's standing right there.
Wow. Can he hear me? I wave to him, yell at him.
Arthur, you hear nothing.
I'm just
Wow.
gonna say, well, this is most unusual.
And we hear him.
No, as a matter of fact, you cannot. As he's talking, you can see his lips moving, but you don't hear any sound coming out.
Wow. I guess this is a one-way door then. Well, guys, it looks like there's no return trip on this one. It just takes you back down to that one chamber.
Now, I'm a little confused as to where I am. Can you just clarify for me?
You're
real
in the
quick?
you're
I'm not in the bed chamber.
no, you're in the bed chamber. That's the first floor.
I am. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Just gonna make my way back up to where they were.
Okay, you guys. A couple seconds later, Arthur comes trudging up the stairs. Behind you, Arthur, you hear, "Let me out! Wizard, come back! Push the button!" As Arthur trudges up the stairs. As you walk up, Arthur, you see everybody's kind of looking through the door. They have a limp rope hanging in their hand. Deglin does. As you step up to them.
I'm gonna untie the rope at my waist and just toss it to him. on the way up. Just
Yeah, I guess I can mend this later.
is that a thing you can do?
You can mend rope. What's it called? I wasn't a bosun's mate, but there's a way to redo rope to where it mends it.
Yeah,
back together.
faking it. Not faking it, but splicing it.
Splice, that's the word.
Got you. I heard mend and I thought mending as in I don't know if it's a 1E spell, but it's a 5E spell. And I'm just like, oh, is that a thing? Is that an option? Can we just fix things? That would be dope. But
Decades
Right,
used to
yeah.
do that all the time with rope.
it
All right.
seems to be a quick way back down to the bedchamber. But apart
Yep.
from that,
What to do? What to do?
With the door closed, I don't think the genie can hear us, but is there any way we could possibly fake this guy out somehow?
oh, he said that he would sense it if we were to steal something.
Right,
And
that's fine.
frankly, I do not want to. He did say that he could not chase us beyond that place, but I do not know if. So I suppose if we could somehow remove the item before. I think it might be possible. I know at the very least, if there was a way we could lure him to the. And I'm whispering at this point to make sure that no matter what, that genie's not going to hear me unless he's got
Right.
some bullshit magic
Hmm.
that I can't do anything about anyway. And I'm just going to say, unless we were to lure him to the magical little cell that we have downstairs, I suppose.
But he can't leave the room. If we can get him
Right.
to leave the room, he would just leave because he doesn't want to be there anyway.
Well, so what I am thinking is that might be a deception. Like he might be able to chase us if we were to steal something, for the sole purpose of returning the item. Yes. Otherwise, how is he to defend the room? You know,
Well, he
could
said
just
he
run
needed-
in,
Yeah.
just run in, grab a few things, run out, and then oh no, I am useless. But so it is possible that he might have been commanded to lie, and therefore might not have been telling the entire truth about that. In which case, one of us more slippery could, or more able to take a hit, could definitely steal a coin or two and probably lure him to the magical cell that he is probably not privy to based on what he has said to us. One of us turn that on, no magic can escape it, and then he is trapped there for the rest of his service instead of in the coin room. Now, frankly, I do not like this idea, but it is possible.
That's a lot of gold to just leave sitting there.
It really is a lot of gold just to leave sitting there, and so much magic. So much magical knowledge in there. I greatly desire to have it. There is a lot of good that could be done with all of that.
Anybody know a female genie?
It is surprising that well, I suppose this was once the tower of a great powerful wizard. I am surprised he was able to contain him for so long. But
how do you get a genie to commit to
No,
a
you just get the layout.
1,000-year term of service?
I do not know if it is. You
Yeah,
see,
you
I would suspect that it is not a simple spell. If it were a spell,
I believe it would be something that could be dispelled. Usually to most magic there is some way to undo it, as this man discovered with the Force Cage, even.
Yeah.
But it is possible that it is not something arcane, so to speak, and perhaps something more to do with the genie's nature, perhaps. I do not know. It is just a hypothesis.
If we could check the books below, we could find out. Maybe there's some lore on. 'em.
Oh yes, there probably is some lore on the genie in there. Unfortunately, we're going to have to check them all by hand.
You want that mean now?
Man, Arthur got an attitude.
I do not like to drink when I am angry. Thank you. I will drink later.
All right, Arthur, chill out, man.
Do you have you ever dealt with someone angry? You do not tell them to chill. That is literally the last thing you want.
You know what? Don't make me stab you.
I am not sure if you are actually threatening me or if you are trying to be funny. Quite frankly, I do
Well,
not care. Let us go check the books.
Douglas rolling on the floor.
I mean, I go ahead and open these damn doors for you.
Okay. So you go back downstairs then, I take it. We're going to go down and start searching through books?
I'm going to try and hope that some residual magic is left in the bookshelf and just say, "Hey, Dewey, give me anything, any book, literally,
book
just pick one."
That could maybe even help us rebuild the bookshelves. That would be cool.
Dewey, I need books on repairing magical bookshelves.
You wait a few minutes. Something falls, but it's just a book falling. But you.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm sorry, Varys.
Varys going to just walk away for a while.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I meant you, Sean. I couldn't hear what you said.
Oh yeah. Sorry. No. So you're waiting, and you're waiting for the vibration and for the books to go flying, but something falls off to the side. It's just a book. Not a book. As you pick it up, you look. It's just sort of a book on nothing, like a history book of some kind that you kind of toss back down. Yeah, the bookshelf doesn't appear to be working as it did before.
No, I wonder if I was to put every piece exactly back where it was, if that would somehow.
The bookcase did suffer some pretty significant damage as those creatures came blasting through.
Yeah. Well,
Anybody a carpenter?
I mean, only enough to put pegs in holes on a boat. So no, not really. I mean, I suppose I should, and I'm gonna start like picking up the pieces of the bookshelf and just kind of like separating them from the books.
Okay.
Putting the books into like neat, organized piles, so none of the pages are gonna get permanently creased or anything.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take you a while to do that. There's several hundred books.
Yeah. And
I just had a question. We haven't found a way out of this tower yet, have we?
Only back in the way.
Only the way that you came
Just
in.
the underground. Yeah.
Through the underground.
Yep.
Wow. But now we know where all the traps are, so that's one good thing.
Yep.
Yep.
There's still owlbears and now the roaming elementals.
Yeah, we could still clear all that out. Let's see if there's another anything else to be seen down there, because there's some area that we haven't explored down there.
Yeah. Right. Who wants to fight some owlbears?
We could check the grounds. I do want to see, while I'm setting all these books up, see if we can find anything on a genie.
Okay.
But,
roll a search check for me.
Sure.
All of us can read, so maybe we should all roll.
Okay. Everybody roll for a search check. Anybody that wants to search for, I know Varys took a step away. Ivar, you actually find a book on the genie and their race of genies and about genies and stuff like that. So you actually find something that's a legitimate research book on genies.
I'm like, hey guys, I may have found something here. I don't know about all this magic mumbo jumbo, but here's something on genies.
Okay. Let's see if Arthur can make heads or tails of it. Find a weakness that we can exploit.
Okay.
I'll take a look at it.
All right. Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. So, as you're flipping through, just kind of finding the various, bits and pieces about genies, different genies have different powers, but for the most part, they all sort of have a similar in the sense that they're based on like air. They can call up tornadoes at will. They can literally pick up thousands of pounds of things with this air tornado that they can summon, but they also use it to travel. So they can actually ride in the tornado and use it as a way to travel, and they can carry people with them so that the people inside the tornado aren't being hurt by the tornado as it's spinning around, and they use it as a mode of transportation wherever they're going. Several the more powerful lords and lady genies, literally the lords and ladies and the kings and queens are powerful, or the upper echelon genies are those that are the ones that the legends tell about being able to grant wishes and stuff like that. So apparently you have to be a super powerful genie in order to be able to do that. Your average everyday genie just can't. However, genies, once bound to service, there is no way to break that bond until either the original bonder willingly gives that up, or the whatever the originally agreed upon contract expires.
Oh, I got an idea. Might be kind of crazy, but got an idea. If I were to animate the dead skeleton of the old wizard and make his mouth say, "You are released," would that work?
I think it has to be willing. So I think you would have to somehow call down the spirit of the creature into the body, and then of its own volition have it say, "You are released from your bond," or whatever the hell.
Ah,
So I do not think simply having the corpse say it is going to be enough.
just a thought.
No, it was a great idea and good for brainstorming. If you have a way to speak with the dead, perhaps we could.
I don't have that, but I do. I can't animate the corpse.
Yeah, I do not think this is the same.
Interesting puzzle that we have here, folks.
Perhaps in the future we could release the genie from its service. Do some research and see if there is a way to contact the dead spirit of the wizard who used to live here.
Communes, but that's usually with a god.
I mean, isn't there is also a speak for dead with dead spell, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not in one of your spell books, is it?
Oh, I do not.
Oh, is it a clerical spell? Or
It is.
Yeah, it is a cleric spell.
It wasn't in the one I had. From the book we got out.
No, it's a third level cleric spell.
Yeah.
Oh, if I made 5th level,
I
can
Maybe.
maybe.
Well, I mean, if you guys wanted to take time and try to get training and stuff here while we're.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Speak with dead.
But I think we have a couple things that we should do first. There's one thing I want to do is at least find the corpse of Arctus, if there is one.
Yeah, that's.
Or if not a corpse, hopefully the actual living man. We'll see.
Okay. So we're going to exit here.
Oh, I'd have to be 21st level in order to talk to something like 1,000 years dead.
Well, if you think about it, he's only been dead for a few hours. Get out of here. In a manner of speaking.
Yeah. That's funny. Okay. So you're gonna try to go back outside then?
Yeah, I can't unless you can think of some other way of doing this genie thing. I can't.
Okay. As you guys exit, you find yourself in the chamber where you first came in, where the light was blocking everything off, and then the lever is on the outside.
Yep.
You find that the door to the south remains open, leading into a hallway that leads into the chamber where you found. Maybe I can do it this way. No, I'm just going to put the party here. It's easier. Now you're back into the chamber where you did find the key, but this key unlocked the door to the north.
Do we want to close these doors again?
Do you see, frankly, any reason to do so?
Well, somebody else might be able to come in after us if we're leaving the area.
Maybe when we leave the area, then we close the doors.
Okay.
We'd have to come all the way back here. Yeah.
And keep the key and close the door.
Besides, we are going to go to the room with the skeleton keys, you know? So,
Yeah. Once we lock that, it'll put the barrier up.
yes,
So as long as we keep those keys,
assuming that we can remove the keys, yes, but
yeah.
we'll have to see if that is possible.
It let
Clearly,
us before.
clearly they were removed once in the past, so.
Yeah, it let us do it before. Remember when we tested it out?
Oh, yes, we did. Okay.
Okay. So as you guys move through, you go back to the hallway. As you
See
continue
the traps that we marked with chalk.
to move your way down. As you guys slowly move your way north past the two traps and the southern end of the hallway, continuing to move your way north back through the worked stone, this seemingly endless hall.
All right.
Toward the end of the hallway, you see once again the two other traps that Varys fell into, as you give a good chuckle at that. Just kidding. As you continue to head to the east,
Laugh it up.
Watch your foot.
so you continue to work your way to the east past the final two traps. You finally find yourself in the hallway. To the south is the door with that you guys managed to lift up the iron door that slid down in the door frame, blocking you guys off in the magic mouth room that was filling with poison gas. As you come around the corner, you find yourselves once again in a chamber with 4 holes in the floor. Each one of those holes has a finger bone stuck into it. As you recall, the where the you guys turned off the magic force field that blocked the hallway to the east.
So turn them all as one again and take them with us.
Yep.
Woof! Suddenly, a bright flash of bluish-white light appears, blocking off the hallway to the east. And as you guys head to the west, you see that there is no force field leading to the west. As you guys enter back into the first chamber where you found the levers and the hidden lever on the east wall over here that Deglin found, that you guys pulled, and it released all of the force fields. What do we want to do?
So if we pulled the hidden lever, it would reactivate the
north one.
The very north one.
Yes.
Or we could also push the lever 1 down, and that would put 2 force fields up.
I mean, no one's going through one back there. So if we put one of these up, I mean, it's doubly secure then, right?
Right.
So
Okay. So we push in lever 1, 2, 3, or 4.
What's 4 was the hidden one.
4 is the hidden one in the middle of the east wall. 1 is the south one. 2 is the west wall. 3 is the north wall. 4 is the hidden one on the. Is the hidden
Right,
one, yeah.
so if we do the hidden one, it will turn the northern barrier up.
Correct.
Right? That's probably sufficient.
Okay. All right. So pulling that lever, you guys reactivate the force field along the north wall, leaving the stairs back up. Is the only way to go, I should say. Sorry. Should have finished my sentence.
All right, let us keep going.
Here we go.
All right. As you guys slowly move your way up the stairs, trudging all the way. Oops. Really do not like this. You guys find yourselves once again, after about 15 minutes of Stairmaster, you find yourselves. Okay, where'd he go? Oh, I accidentally removed him from the map. Damn it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. As you guys find yourself in the torture chamber at the top, you don't hear any sounds coming from outside, but you know that somewhere around here there are owlbears.
Well, we know there's one that goes north
Mm-hmm.
because we saw him walking down.
Yep.
And then we know there's at least one or at least 2 down south.
Yep.
We should deal with the lesser before we deal with the greater. Deal with one and then we deal with 2.
So go north and take care of that one first.
Okay.
I think so.
All right. You guys slowly work your way. Who wants to go first down the hall to the north?
Well, here's a question. What if we took Varys and had him go up there and do it like a sneak assassin thing?
Okay. You can try.
I don't Varys, if you think you're capable of doing it, if it's up north, it might be you might be able to hide in shadows and come up behind.
Yeah, I mean, I can try and hide.
Okay. It is very dark out here. There is no light. So the only light that will exist is if you guys light a torch.
Yeah. Well,
Well, you have infravision, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there's no light being given off.
So what? Do we light the torch in the secret room, send Varys up ahead, see if Varys can kill the thing instantly, and if he cannot, rush to his aid? Is that the plan?
Just remember, those creatures, by the looks of this cave, are probably wild and probably have a keen sense of smell.
Well, remember, there's a family of them. Remember? A mom, dad, and
yes,
kids.
there are about 2 we expect to the west, and we expect 1 to the north.
Right.
But it is ultimately up to you, Varys. If you think it is safe for you to go ahead and see if you can sneak up to it, then you are welcome to do so. But you won't.
I mean, I'd like to try to sneak up and backstab it if I can.
Okay. So go ahead and roll a stealth check for me, please.
We'll call it Operation Goldilocks.
You want hide in shadows?
Yeah, that's what. Yes, either one. Well, actually, do move silently because hide in shadows is a given as dark as it is.
Okay.
Nice.
I made it.
As you sneak up, you're slowly creeping up there, and you can see. First of all, you can smell as you get closer. Whatever's up ahead is just the rank nastiness. There's no real breeze blowing. It's a very stagnant, stale smell of death, as rot and decay. As you move into this chamber, this chamber itself looks to be about 30 feet around, but it's very rough-hewn and it's natural. It was not made by man or any mechanical means. It's almost as if it was sort of dug out naturally, or perhaps by creatures that reside here. There's a massive brownish creature lying smack dab in the middle of the floor or the middle of the chamber, surrounded by the remains of all manner of skeletal shapes and sizes. Some of it still has rotting meat on the bone, but you can see that the creature is sort of sitting with like a bird, like kind of hunched down with its head up underneath its wing, and you hear the heavy breathing.
Well,
In a rhythmic sound.
I really hope they're gonna come. As I try and backstab it.
All right, go ahead and roll an attack, please. I'm going to give you a +4 to hit.
I did a +4 with the backstab. So
You get
that
that means you get a +8.
Okay. Plus the 2 with my longsword and elven skill, so that would be +10.
Dun, dun, dun. Nice. You guys are sort of waiting breathlessly to hear what goes on. A few seconds later, Varys appears. He has blood on his hands. Varys, as you walk up and you sort of look for the perfect spot to strike, you shove your blade down right through the ear hole of this thing, and it goes right into its brain. And as the creature's eyes go wide, just in time to die on your blade, as you coup de grace the creature while it slept. As Varys comes back, you guys can see he's moving silently, wiping blood from his blade. Apparently, he did whatever the task was as he comes back down to your party.
He is done.
All right. Well, let's see if we can now go down south and see what we find. At least we won't worry about.
What did you say, Zenkill? You're so quiet.
No, nothing. I didn't say nothing.
I'm just thinking we're not going to get attacked from behind now.
Oh yeah. Well, there's babies in the cell, so mother might be more alert. We'll see.
Did you search for your precious loot at all up there while you were up there?
And I didn't want to make noise.
Yeah, fair enough.
We can come back and loot when they're all dead.
This is a good idea.
All right. So, tell me what we're going to do now.
I guess I'm going to go try and kill the mom.
Okay. As you reach the tunnel, you can hear grunts and squawks coming from the south. Whatever's down there is not asleep like the one to the north.
Well, that's going to be a problem.
All right, let's go after him. We'll try to be as quiet as possible.
All right. Go ahead and give me, as you guys move down, what's your stealth?
Move silently is 55.
55. As you move down and your party members come behind you.
Yeah.
You
Can
get
I just clarify one thing?
What?
Sorry. Are we in fact carrying a light source? Because I said that we should light one up back here, but I don't know that was ever.
That's what I said, light a torch. Yeah. So I would assume
Yeah,
that you at the back are carrying a torch.
Yeah, okay. Just make.
Yep.
Don't we have those lamps?
No, you didn't bring any lamp. You didn't bring them with you. They're still back.
No, we put them in our bags.
Oh, I don't recall you put them in the bags. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So if we want to use the clap-ons, which obviously we activated in the secret room.
Yeah.
Just the one?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm just gonna carry mine, I guess.
Okay.
And others can say what they want to do.
Yeah, it's basically a bullseye lantern.
Yeah.
Yep. So, as you guys move down, you get right about to the entrance when somebody in the party, something clanks, some armor bangs on something, something creaks, something scrapes the wall that causes a noise, and you hear a roar come from the south as you are heard, and the creatures
Varys,
to
get
see.
back to us.
come to see what's going on.
Here comes Mom.
If we can get Varys back to us, then we can make a shield wall and make a stand where they can only come at us 2 at a time at the max.
No, you would think that, but this has not worked in the past.
Web 'em? I don't know.
I mean, I'm certainly contemplating it.
All right. So I need, first of all, I need to roll to see if the monsters are surprised. They are not surprised. Arthur, actions?
I am not close enough to pull off a web right now, but I might be close enough for another spell. I just need to read this real quick. Do you want to come back to me?
Yep, you're just going to cast a spell. That's fine. All you have to do is say, I'm casting a spell, and then if that's what you're, then you just pick what spell's next. Deglin.
Brace for charge.
Okay.
Fireball, Arthur. Fireball.
Ivar.
Bracing for attack.
Okay. Varys.
I'm moving back.
Okay. Now you can
Drawing
move.
my longsword.
Longsword? Okay. And Zadkiel.
I am gonna charge.
All right. Sweet. All right. So, since you guys lost it last time, it is now Deglin's turn to roll initiative. I rolled a 5. You rolled a 6, as you guys get to go first. So, Deglin, you and Ivar are bracing. Varys, where are you moving to? Are you moving to behind the frontline guys or to the right to the frontline guys?
I want to move like just to the side of Zadkill. See if I can help flank or mash stab one that comes up.
I got you. All right. So, Zadkiel, you said you're charging?
Yes, sir.
So, which one do you want to charge? The one on the right or left?
I will charge. Let fate decide. I will charge the one on the left.
Okay. Now, I'm not sure. Now, Varys, I don't know where you can get to try to help flank.
Oh well,
He charged
yeah.
up. He charged up on it. So I
I
didn't know.
didn't realize he was charging yet.
Yep.
I'll just stay right there and
So
help them.
okay. Gotcha. Oops. All right. So that being said, Zadkiel, go ahead and roll your attack. Don't forget you get a +2. Guess I should look these up. I always forget to.
I'm sure that missed.
Armor class 5. Yep. Zadkiel misses. All right. As this owlbear rushes right past Zadkiel up into the tunnel to attack Varys. Varys, what's your armor class?
It's 3 now with the flip.
Gotcha. Armor class 3. It needs a 10 or better to hit you. Make sure it only get. I can't remember if they get 1 or more attacks. Let me see. Owlbear. They get 3 attacks, 2 claws and a bite. So the claw, 16 hits. The claw, 18 hits, and a bite,
Oh,
17. All 3 hit.
Holy
this
shit.
might be a bad day for me.
Especially with how out of position we are now. Yeah, we're super.
You
fucked.
suffer 16 hit points of damage as the owlbear mauls over the top of you. And it just rakes you with both of its claws and bites down right onto your shoulder, going right through your leather armor, causing like severe pain. And I am going to go ahead and allow Deglin and Ivar to move up to attack. So Deglin, you go first. 18 hits.
Yep. And my damage is, what is it for my Warhammer? 2d4 plus, or no, 1d6. 1d6. plus strength. Ah. So that's 9 points of damage.
9 total. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the first one. So that leaves it with this many. All right. And now Ivar, go ahead. So Ivar moves up as Deglin falls back slightly. 11, I believe. What? You get.
I got it. I see. I've got a Thaco of 16, and I have +4 to hit. So
Yep. So that's 11. So that's a 15. I believe that hits. Let me see its armor class really quick. Yeah, its armor class is 5. So that should hit. So armor class 5. You need a 13 or better to hit it. So you hit.
all right. Large or medium?
Owlbears are considered large. They're like 8 feet tall, so they're considered large.
20 points of damage.
20 points. Nice. As you walk up, and you guys watch him swing his blade, just huge, raking right down over the top of the owlbear as it screeches itself in pain. All right. We are back to Arthur. Did you have a spell that you wanted to cast?
Yeah. I'm gonna move up 10 feet because that's the minimum I can move and cast a spell, and I'm going to put a stinking cloud in such an area as to have the border of it be where my party up here is.
Yep.
And it will encompass both Alders and unfortunately Zadkiel because he charged in.
Yep. All right. So as a stinking cloud spreads over, that is a what save?
It is a save versus magic.
Save versus yeah. Duh. I guess I should
think,
know. Yep. Yeah, it's a magic.
Probably.
Yep, it is. You're right. I wasn't even thinking. I was like, oh, 5e con. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. All right. So save versus magic. They need a 14 or better to save versus a spell. This is the owlbear that is up by you guys. 18, it makes it save. And the owlbear by Zadkiel, 16, it makes it save.
Okay, so even though they have saved, they're helpless so long as they remain in the cloud.
Okay.
And for 1 round after they leave it, so they will at minimum lose like 2 turns or something.
Okay, so you said helpless? Yeah, okay. Zadkiel, I need you. Yeah, Zadkiel, I need you to. I need you to roll a saving throw versus spells, please. Can't remember what's yours.
It'll be a 14.
Yep, with a +2, 14 as you failed your save. I think you needed a 15. You're a 4th level now, right? Yeah. No, you needed a 16 slot. Yep.
Does he get the cloak?
Yep.
bonus?
Oh yeah, that's right. You get a +1 for your cloak too. So that's +3. That's a 15. He still doesn't save. He needs a 16 or better. So he suffers damage if you fail your save, right?
There's no damage to the spell. That's why I cast it, because it wouldn't kill him.
So
But you will be out for 2 turns though. You'll be helpless for 2 turns.
okay. All right. So the owlbear.
Which I will point out is theoretically the same length as these guys who succeeded.
Yeah.
So, am I paralyzed?
No, just helpless. I don't know what.
Yeah,
that
helpless means that you're like coughing and hacking and got snot coming out of your nose. It's like for those of us that
Gas
went to
chamber.
boot camp in the gas chamber, they took the mask off and stuff, and so now you've got this CS gas blowing all over your face and stuff, and
It's a stinking cloud.
it's a stinking cloud. Yes. So
Makes that one mean that's
unfortunately, it basically incapacitates you for 2 turns. You can't move. The owlbears can move to try to get away from the smell, which is what they're going to try to do.
Why can't he move? Because he has the same condition they have.
So so theirs is only. So if they make their save, it's only for 1 turn,
So if they make their save, they're helpless while they're inside it, and for the turn after.
right?
But and I'm sorry, this is a saving throw versus poison, not magic. It turns out I just reread it.
Okay, well, they
so I
made
don't
their
know if that
save
changes
anyway.
anything.
It does.
Yeah, I don't know if that
it does
changes
for
anything with
Zadkiel.
Zadkiel.
It does for Zadkiel because Zadkiel's save versus poison is a 13. So he made his save then.
That's where I made it, yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
good. So the way it works is you are helpless while you're in the cloud and for one turn after you leave it. So for as long as the cloud's there and they're inside it, they're helpless.
But they can still move.
Same. I guess. I don't know what helpless means in first edition. I don't know first edition conditions and how
Yeah,
they work.
helpless to me means that they can't attack,
Gotcha.
right? And all they can do is like try to move to get out of the cloud, which is what they're going to do.
Sure.
We'll go
I'm
with
all-
your rolling, but to
Yeah.
be honest, I think it's you're like out. It's like
Yeah.
cold, and if you get hit, you can.
I would.
So
Good
see,
job.
here's the problem I have with that. Then, if somebody fails their save and they're in the cloud, they're helpless for X number of turns. If
Mhm.
somebody makes their save,
Yep.
they're helpless while they're in the cloud. So how do they get out of the cloud, right? How long does the cloud last?
So I don't know because I'm not an expert
You
on
have to
first
roll
edition.
every
But
time you're
here's
in the cloud.
But here's what I will say is that helpless is the same condition hold person inflicts. However, hold person specifies that it immobilizes them and renders them helpless.
Right.
So I don't know if those are two separate things or how that works because I don't know first edition. But
Yeah.
The
All I
spell
know-
lasts.
Hey, thanks,
the
Troy. I
spell
appreciate
lasts
that.
1 round per level of the caster.
so it's gonna last 4 levels, 4 rounds.
Okay. And see, and again, I guess that's
So my understanding is that it works like this: if you're in the cloud, you're helpless. If you made your save and you leave the cloud, you're good for a round. You're good 1 round after.
right.
If you leave the cloud. If you didn't make your save and you leave the cloud, you're still helpless for 1d4 plus 1
Yeah.
turns.
Right.
That's how I understand it.
Yeah. So that's why.
turns, which is not the same as rounds actually. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
actually
So that's why I
important.
want to. That's why I want to look in here. It's like it's strange that that's a second level spell, right?
Well,
Yep.
lots of first edition spells are way OP compared to
Yeah.
Yeah.
what they did later on.
Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry. Give me just a second just to kind of look at it because I want to read it myself just to make sure that.
Sure, man. I'm
Uh,
gonna check to see if anyone said anything in Twitch. Also, Cannibal, thank you for the nat 20 for Monkey Booker specifically.
And dude, you're keeping rotten eggs on you? Come on, man.
yeah. So here's
So here it goes. Here you go. Here
Yeah.
you go, Sean. They are helpless. Everyone's helpless, but the ones who make it can move out. The
Yeah.
ones who
that's
don't
what I
make it
was.
can't.
That's what I was reading. So
And so if you don't get hit while you're in there, and you get out of it in time before you get hit, you'll be okay. But if not, you're coup de grace.
right.
I-
Well, not necessarily
I
coup de grace. Yeah. So here's the deal, and here's what I'm going to say. If you get caught within the stinking cloud, you roll your saving throw. If you make it, you can move out of it, and you're still unable to attack or do anything for 1 round after you get out of the cloud. So in this case, you can move out. If you fail, you can still move out, but you cannot attack. You can't do anything for 1d4 plus 1 rounds after you get out of the. Hang on.
It says turns on the.
Yeah, Ostrich is wrong. So because right here,
I'm not reading Ostrich.
any creature caught within the cloud must save versus poison or be helpless due to nausea from 2 to 5 rounds, d4 plus 1. Those which make saving throws are helpless only for as long
Okay.
as they remain within the cloud and for 1 round after they emerge.
You are absolutely right. I just checked I guess the source I'm reading is not perfectly accurate. I will
Yeah.
no longer use that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I didn't have Ostrich. I found a site that listed it first edition spells.
Yeah,
and I was
and
just
you
reading
know what?
off that
And
'cause
most of
everything
those-
else had been perfect.
And a lot of that comes off Ostrich too. So I'll bet you there's a lot. But anyway, that's fine. I mean, I don't worry about that. But anyway, so 2 to 5. So basically, like I said, all of you can move to get out of the cloud. The only difference is if you fail your save, you're still helpless after you leave the cloud for X number of rounds. Whereas if you made your save, you're only helpless until 1 round after you get out of the cloud. So that being said, everybody passed anyway. So the owlbears are going to try to move out of the cloud. So they're helpless for the next time that their round comes up, and for 1 round after that. So helpless to me means you guys get +4 on your attacks, right? So that's how it's going to be ruled. Plus, anything that moves out of it, depending upon who gets initiative, if they move out of your combat, you still get your attack of opportunity, right? So, so he's cast the cloud. So now the owlbears are helpless for at least until they get out of the cloud. That's the end of the turn. Now we're going to go back to actions for the next round. So the owlbears' actions are just going to be to get out of the cloud because that there's reeking on them. Arthur, anything that you want to do next?
I'll attempt to attack the one closest to me with darts if I can.
Okay. Darts, Deglin.
In order to get through the stinking cloud, I'd have to go, through it though. So if I held my breath, would that make any difference?
No, you still have to make your saving throw.
Right.
Yeah, no.
So
The intention was to let us regroup because we have currently Zadkiel surrounded by 2 owlbears over here. So they might well leave the cloud. The cloud will dissipate in a few turns. We might have to missile attack only for a couple turns. But, that's still turns we're attacking them and they're not doing anything to us.
All right. Well, then I'll end up using my throwing hammer.
Okay. Ivar.
I'm going to attack the one still in front of me. If he tries to get away, I'm going to give him a good swing at him as he goes.
Okay. Varys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass stab him.
Okay.
Do we get the attack of opportunity or?
Well,
think it's
it
attacks and then
depends on
immediate.
which way. It depends on which way it goes, right? So, if it tries to move through you guys and just goes just on the other side of Varys and Ivar, then it's not out of anybody's range, so there's no attack of opportunity, and it's out of the stinking cloud, right? So, but we'll see which way it goes because it's not a really intelligent creature, so I'm going to roll to see which way it goes. Zadkiel, actions.
I can't.
Yeah, you have to move out of the cloud. That's the only way.
Yeah, but if I move out, I'll get an opportunity and then go down. So I'm not gonna do that.
Then they.
Hey, while you're in the cloud, they can't
I'm
hit you.
gonna have to just stay there.
Okay. All right, so we'll just do a waiting action for you. Okay, so go ahead and you guys won the initiative last time.
That's what we win it again.
You did. So, Deglin, you're still up for initiative. I rolled a 4. You guys go first. So, Arthur, go ahead and attack with your darts. Ooh, a nat 20 as you do
Ooh.
6 points of damage with one of your darts.
All right.
Nicely done.
6 points of damage.
All right. Deglin,
And so this is not attack of opportunity. It's his regular attack.
that is correct because it has not moved yet.
With a +4.
Okay.
Yep, with a +4.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, because that's what the helpless does.
Yep, 17 hits.
Definitely hit.
Yeah, plus all your other crap. Yeah.
God dang it.
1 plus
So 1 plus 8 is 9.
9 hit points damage. Solid blow as you catch the thing in the head, seemingly knocking it senseless for a second as it tries to shake it off. But you can see that it's bleeding profusely, and it's got a huge knot in its head where your hammer hit it. Varys, go ahead and roll your attack.
So I'm doing a pass stab.
Okay.
So that'll be hitting the +4 as well
Yep,
from the helpless, so +10.
yep. 15 hits.
So that is 3d12.
3d12 because it's large.
Yep. +1 for magic sword.
Nice.
18 damage.
As this owlbear doesn't even get a chance to get away as it gets impaled upon the blade, the wicked blade.
I rolled D10s, but still.
Yeah, still
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, that's still enough. As you take it down, as
Zadkiel, follow my voice.
come to us, my friend. All right, Zadkiel waits as the owlbear tries to shuffle. How big is the stinking cloud?
So it's 20 feet, starting from like where this owlbear was, so that I could tap both of them. It's probably right there on the edge.
Yep. So
and
it
probably
is.
has to move out of melee.
Yep,
with
it is
Zadkiel.
going to move out, and Zadkiel can't give an attack of opportunity because he is helpless. All right. That is it for this round. As you hear a roar coming back from the owlbear as it continues to move into the south tunnel.
Okay.
And what do you guys want to do?
Well, we can't get past the stinking cloud yet, so
Nope. It's gonna take 2 more rounds before it dissipates, unless I
Yep.
can dismiss it early.
Yep.
So
Zadkiel.
come to me.
Just wait it out, I guess.
Yeah. it's
Yeah,
gonna take-
no, I'm actually having to wait there because I don't know where you're at because I'm so coughing so much.
It takes a minute or
Oh,
so.
wait, no, I made the saving throw, right?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you made the saving throw.
Okay, yeah, I'll go toward the voice then.
All right.
That's-
You sort of stumble your way and eventually get your way out of the stinking cloud.
I'm gonna give him some water.
Okay, as he
Just put a water
splashes.
skin in his hand.
Yep, as he splashes water over his face, takes a big swig.
Yeah,
Need
swish,
some milk.
swish it around. Do not swallow and spit it out. Yes.
I do that.
All right. Eventually, it clears up. And as you guys are standing there, you feel the floor begin to rumble.
I do not like that.
uh-oh.
Move back
Bits
to the
of
open
rock
chamber.
begin to sort of fall upon you guys. As it
Let's go
seems like
back
the
to
tunnel, as the tunnel
Yeah, back
begins.
up.
Back to 10. Yeah.
That's what I said. Like back to the other chamber.
As you guys get to the other chamber, damn it. You guys get to the other chamber. The floor is continuing to rattle as bits and pieces of the ceiling begin to collapse on top of you guys, as the walls begin to shake even more violently.
Oh, shit. You want to get back up to the tower, or do we want to go to the?
Well, we
Oh,
might
Barry.
get trapped. In
Yeah,
the
better
tunnel.
No tower.
Better to be outside in this circumstance.
Head to the trap door and get up.
As you guys run, you squeeze your way past the rotting corpse of the audio that you guys left in the middle of this hallway. You make it as you start clambering up the stairs. The ladder itself is beginning to shake and pull free from the wall, as it's whatever it was that was holding it on there is beginning to break free. I need everybody on your way up to give me a saving throw versus petrification polymorph. No, sorry, versus
Versus
paralyzation and poison. I need you guys to give me that saving throw as Arthur fails his saving throw. Everybody else, give me your saving throw. Varys makes a saving throw. Ivar fails. Declan makes it. That's everybody. As you guys are clambering your way up, Varys, Zadkiel, and Declan, you guys manage to make your way up. Arthur, you, however, and Ivar, as Ivar is bringing up the rear, you guys manage to get pummeled by stone and rock. On your way up, you each suffer 5 hit points of damage from falling rocks. As they slam down on top of you guys, you scramble back up. As you climb up outside, you guys are once again standing in the outside of the tower. As you come rushing out of the building that used to be what you believe was the officers' quarters, and the trapdoor in the floor where you guys found, you see outside Arthur's 3 compadres. His 3 henchmen and hireling are sort of standing out there, sort of shaking, and they're screaming, "What's going on? What's going on?" You can see that there's a bright glow becoming around the top of the tower, and coming up through the top, almost forming like a T with his arms out wide, you guys can see Optimus. "Hello, my friends! Guess what time it is? I want to thank you for not stealing anything from me!" As he a bright flash appears and he disappears just as the walls begin to crumble from the tower and it collapses down in itself. As everything becomes quiet, you guys are looking around. The dust is sort of up around the air around you guys.
Oh my
You're
God.
like,
Yeah,
you
Did that
you
genie-
look, and
treasure.
there's nothing left of the tower. The tower
Oh, that's
itself
right.
appears to have collapsed in upon itself. But lying at your feet around you is a small fortune in treasure.
Wow.
Mhm.
But you forgot the slow mo of Arthur.
The bookshelf was already dead.
As you guys are just sort of stunned at the literal quiet that sort of surrounds this huge collapse as the genie disappears, thanking you for not trying to steal any of his treasure. He obviously left treasure for you. And as you work your way through it, you guys find that you have 5,000 gold coins. An assortment of scepters and crowns and baubles worth 2,000 gold. 8 magical potions. 3 scrolls with 3 scrolls with burning hands upon it. You find a mystical leather bag
Ooh.
that has runes inscribed up and down the carry handle. And you find 3 +2 daggers and a +1 light crossbow.
And
No Holy Avenger.
Do we find that ring?
Oh,
No,
yes, I
box.
take it back. Yes, there is the ring as well.
What about the spell books?
No spell books, no anything.
Ah.
All right, we have to excavate the tower. We have to excavate it. It needs to be done. Is
Well,
anything-
go hire people to do that.
Get some. Yeah.
Guess what we just got a lot of?
we don't even have picks.
What'd you say?
We have some money. You can hire them.
We don't even have picks. We'll probably die trying to excavate it because we don't have the skills to do it.
Oh man, we just gotta pick up the rocks and move them somewhere else. That's all I gotta do.
We'll go back to town, we'll get some dwarves, and we'll come back here, and we'll have this place picked clean.
Yeah, we're so low level, they'll probably kill us to take it.
They can try.
No, we'll work with the guild.
So
Oh,
you guys sort of take stock of everything. What do we want to do with all this treasure?
I brush off
hide it.
I brush off all the debris and dust off my armor. You know, going, oh my, what has just happened?
Genie friend gave us a gift and also blew up the entire fucking tower because reasons.
Because he's a dick.
A little bit, but at least he was nice enough to excavate most of the treasure. There were a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
things
true.
still buried in there.
I just start laughing and saying that's the greatest thing I've ever saw in my life.
It would be funny if we're close to the ruins and you hear just faintly, "You bastards, let me out! Let me out!"
You know, considering it was mostly an interdimensional space, I would not be surprised if the bottom still does connect to the inside of the quote tower. You know, it's magic is a
So
good thing.
from
We'll
where you're
definitely do it.
standing, Arthur,
Okay.
as you are sort of looking at all this stuff and you're like, damn it, all those spell books, that maybe they're still down there.
Yeah.
And you sort of look around and wipe the sweat off your brow, and looking across you can see the area that looks like a stable. And
Uh-huh.
lying in the stable, propped up against one of the stalls, you can see a body.
Ah, shit. I run over.
As you run over and look inside, you can see it looks like it could be Arctis. But
Hey, we got a raid.
hey, no one's allowed to raid us. Okay, I lied. Hey, man, thanks for everybody. Appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. No, 2, 3, 10, doesn't matter. Everybody's welcome. Just as our party was just finishing up, or they just escaped the collapsing tower. Arthur, as you're looking, hey, Prometheus, I want to say though, Prometheus, thanks, man. I definitely appreciate the raid, man. We appreciate all the love we get. If you guys are all new, appreciate the follow. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hey, he's raiding with a party of 1. Even better. You look in it. It could be Arctis, but boy, he looks a lot older than you would expect.
Can I check his pulse, see if he's still alive?
You can see that he's definitely dead because you can actually see his eyes are open. His mouth is open wide as if he has this look of horror upon his face, but he looks old. His face is incredibly wrinkled and gaunt, and it's almost like he aged 100 years where he stood, and it just caused his body to expire.
Ghost guy.
Do I know if Arctis had any family in town?
You know that he had the school that he was running. You don't know if he had family or not.
Does he have a ring on his left finger?
He does. He has a signet ring on his finger.
No, a signet ring, not like a wedding ring.
No ring. He has some sort of a signet with a, looks like maybe like one that royalty would use to seal wax and stuff. A signet ring like that.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of close his eyes, close his mouth.
Okay.
And
His mouth doesn't close. It's like rigor mortis is set in.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Well,
greetings from Saltmore, sir. I like Saltmore. So it's a good place to go. We should go there next.
I'm just gonna dust him off a little bit and just kind of carry him out of the stables because that's not gonna be his final resting place.
Okay. As you guys all watch as Arthur carries this gaunt figure dressed in wizardly type robes, an ancient, old-looking fellow. His mouth is wide open. He has a stubble of beard remaining. Looks like he hadn't shaved in a while, but he's obviously dead as Arthur sort of carries him over. Lays him on the ground. In and amongst the treasure.
I'm actually gonna lay him on the ground near the tower.
Okay.
That he was looking for
Okay.
like, his entire life.
Okay. Found it.
And found it, yeah. And I'm just gonna for those of you of a priestly persuasion, if you know the right words to say in a moment like this, I would appreciate your assistance.
We can do a prayer. I can do a prayer too.
I would like that.
Teskar.
I close his eyes, cross his arms, and lay him in like a tomb of
Right.
like you would lay a body in a tomb,
Yeah.
get ready to be wrapped for
Yeah.
mummification. You know,
Gotcha. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his signet ring,
Okay.
and if he has any notes on him or anything like that, for his, like something, anything I can bring back to.
Okay.
If he doesn't have family, then perhaps he has close students who,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep, he has a journal on him. In a pouch, you find that he has, how much do we want to give him? Let's give him this much. He has 4 gold coins in it, but that's really the extent. You don't see his backpack. You don't see anything else that he may have had. But the signet ring. The signet ring has sort of a shield type of a symbol on it that you recall was the same shield on the awning above the schoolhouse.
Right.
We can cover him with rocks. That should keep most of the predators off of him until we can get around to burying him.
Okay. So,
Yeah, I actually think I might have a shovel.
Oh, you do?
I might. Give me a sec. I don't know if I thought I had to buy that. I gotta check my.
Just out of curiosity, did anybody bother to look at the experience that they got from last week and compare it to whether or not they would level up this week to 5th level?
Uh,
Well,
I did. I did.
looked.
I didn't check yet because it wasn't at the point where we would level up anyway. So I just put it off until we were done with the dungeon, and then I was
Okay.
going to recalculate my total.
Okay.
I
just,
definitely leveled up.
yeah. So Deglin leveled. Varus,
sure I
you're
did.
already 5th level. So
Yep. I need a lot more. Who was it?
okay. I just wanted to make sure. So okay.
I'm almost certain I will as well, but
right.
I'll calculate it.
Yep.
In between.
Yep. So
I'm calculating it right now.
okay. Yeah, I put in last week. This week you guys are going to get probably close to another 1,500 each. Might even be 2,000. It could be somewhere in around there.
All right. I will.
3,000.
Let's say 2,000 just to see.
I'll put a question mark after it.
Yeah, I don't know it exactly because I got to do all the treasure stuff, but for the creatures alone are like 1,500 almost. So.
Yep.
So I gave you guys. Really?
Yeah, I need like 10,000.
What? To get the 5th level?
Yep, I need 24,000, and I'm only have. Well, right now I have 12,001
Okay.
with.
Gotcha. Okay.
What's that one you gave last week?
That's fine.
You said.
Yep, that'll be fine. We're good. So, as you guys go through, we're going to blaze through this so we can kind of get through this adventure by the end. As you do, Arthur, do you have to identify or do you just have detect magic?
I have the spell, so I will be able to cast it when we have a moment.
Yep, you guys have a moment. So, but I think identify is only one item per, right? You can only one per casting.
Yeah, I don't have it prepared today, so I will be waiting till we have some downtime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we can blaze through a lot of that, right? I just want to.
Sure.
I mean, we don't unless there's stuff that you guys want to do right now. We can move us to where we head. Are you heading back to town, or where are we going, or what do we want to do? So,
at some point, once we get all of our loot together, head back to town. But however long it takes me and the hirelings and everyone else with sacks to pack all this stuff up.
Okay. As you guys are sort of packing, you come to realize that this leather bag is empty, but boy, it's heavy. It weighs like 20 pounds. And as you put stuff in, you realize that it is a bag of holding. And you guys are able to get all of your treasure that you found into this bag of holding, and it weighs no more than 20 pounds.
I love it.
So, as you guys...
Anything else in the bag before we started?
No, the bag was empty when you guys found it.
Too bad we couldn't have put the bed in it.
Yeah. I'm going to... I don't know if you already took notes or not, Arthur, but the 8 potions...
Yep.
Did you already take note of them?
All right. I wrote down 8 potions.
Yep.
I don't know what they are yet, though.
There is a potion of jump.
Potion of jump.
There is a potion of invisibility.
A potion of invisibility.
A potion of levitate.
Potion of levitate.
3 cure light wounds.
3 cure light wounds.
I don't think this is a first edition spell, so I'm going to have to change it. So give me just a second.
Neither is Flaming Spear, but we got that too.
Yeah, but I can convert that off of a 2e2, so I'm fine. I mean, it's easy to...
Fortunately, 2e and 1e are mostly compatible. From what I've seen.
Yep. No, we're just going to do a random potion out of the DMG, so we'll just put one random potion and we'll roll it later.
Potion of random, got it.
Yep, potion of random. And you got the 3 scrolls, right?
Yes, they were all burning hands.
Yep.
Same level as the other ones?
3rd level. They're caster, 3rd level caster.
Ooh, okay. I think I'm missing a potion. I got jump, invisibility, levitate, 3 cure wounds, and potion of random. Is that
1,
7?
2, 3.
Yeah, it's 7.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's funny because you're right. So do 2 random because they said 8 potions, but they only labeled 7 of them. So
Typo. Okay.
actually, no, we're gonna do that. We're gonna make it 4 cure light wounds.
Oh, okay.
That way we have extra cure light wounds because you guys always get your ass kicked. Okay,
Pretty consistent theme.
so you guys
And then
packing.
you have to,
Sorry, Varus, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
oh, I was going to say, I guess he'll be identifying that ring later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that's why I wanted to be able to kind of finish off this particular adventure as you guys lay Arctis in his final resting place at the base of the tower. He spent, as Arthur had said, the majority of his life searching for. He finally found it, but unfortunately, the wizard that originally created the tower basically took his life from him as a ghost, scaring him and aging him to the point where he died trying to escape the same thing that he spent so much time trying to find. The tower itself lies smoking in rubble, completely collapsed all around. It's like a small little sinkhole now in the center of where the tower used to be. Maybe there's still hope of anything down below, but at the moment, there's no way that you can see that you'll ever be able to get down in there. Perhaps if you bring back a dwarven army with you, you can build some mines here and start digging down and eventually someday reach whatever may be down there. But as of right now, the task you set out to do has been completed. Gathering your gear, gathering your newfound treasure, you find your horses and begin to head your way back to town. It takes you a day or so, but it's easy enough to get there. Arthur, you do what you need to do with returning the signet ring and the journal that Arctis had on him to his school.
I'm just gonna note that I will make a copy of the journal before I return it.
Okay. So on the way back, your copy. You guys find yourselves a nice little place to rest. Try to contemplate what's going on and where it is going forward. Over the next week or so, you spend a little downtime, separate your cash amongst yourselves, doing your identify. Again, you confirm everything that has been said. You find the 3 jeweled daggers are all +2 magical daggers. The light crossbow, which is made and fashioned mostly of ivory, is a +1 light crossbow. The leather pouch or the leather bag is in fact a bag of holding. The ring, you realize, is a ring of shield, and once per day you can cast a shield spell, and you don't have to be a wizard. Anybody wearing the ring can cast a shield spell upon themselves, but it only works once per day and it recharges itself every day. Some of you find yourselves a little bit more spry, a little bit more constitutionally founded as you level to the next level. For those that level, you're able to spend a couple of weeks of downtime training, leveling yourselves, and getting yourselves into a position where, okay, now it's time. Let's go ahead and move on to our next adventure, which is what we're going to do. As 6 months have passed since you all gathered at the base of that collapsed tower. 6 months have passed since you guys left the western lands, heading back toward the free city of Greyhawk, hoping to perhaps continue to make names for yourself. But alas, not only did you continue past the city of Greyhawk, but you now find yourself in the eastern lands of the Flannis, in a little town called Darkshelf. And as you arrive in Darkshelf and you set up shop for the past couple of days, you realize that Darkshelf is a large mining community on the western borders of the lands. It's sort of between Nyrond and the Wild Coast. In that region in there, there's a heavy mining community located. And in this small town of Darkshelf, some strange goings on have been happening at a nearby quarry. And as you guys sort of hear the rumors, you are approached by a young boy who says that his lord and master, the overlord of the overlord of the Darkshelf quarry, has asked for ones such as yourselves to come help him investigate what has been going on with the quarry itself. And that's where we're going to leave it for our next episode. I'd appreciate everybody that hung out with us tonight. I appreciate my players for allowing me the opportunity to blaze through that last bit so I can get us set up for the next episode. We can perhaps do a little bit more role play at the beginning of our next episode, but I wanted to make sure that I got us moved and know where we're going to be going for our next episode as our party goes to take on the mystery at Darkshelf Quarry. And that's going to be it for tonight. I hope everybody enjoyed their game. I know Arthur was probably pretty pissed over the fact that I destroyed his tower and everything in it, but at least he got a little bit of treasure and a little bit of magic out of it. I hope the rest of you guys are doing okay and enjoyed. And for everybody out there, I definitely appreciate you hanging out with us as long as you did through all my fumbling, stumbling, bumbling. But I think tonight's episode didn't go too badly. That was actually a pretty good takedown, Ferris, of a sleeping owlbear. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was trying to use the nat 20 and fight the other one, but
Yeah.
we had to escape.
Yeah, it didn't get a chance to. So it was going to probably happen one way or the other, either by defeating the genie or the genie his time was going to be up right at the end of the episode. So either way, don't feel bad. But I hope you guys will definitely join us next week as our party continues their foray into the world of Greyhawk, now finding themselves on the western borders of Nyrond in a small town called Darkshelf. And we'll happen to see what the heck's going on there. So I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us. As always, what I'm going to do now and what I like to do is move over to the after party. For those that haven't been here before, what we usually do at the end of every game, face-to-face game, I always used to hang out with the players. Some can stay, some cannot. I believe that's going to be the case tonight. Some might be able to stay, some might be able to not. But we always move over to the after party and just kind of hang out and shoot the breeze for a little while. So that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to move the party over to the after party. You guys are welcome to join us in the after party chat. If you go to our Discord and go to the open chat, you can just join us and kind of shoot the breeze and hang out with us. As always, if you have yet to click the follow button, please do so. Just trying to expand the brand. Particularly the Greyhawk brand, as we are now part of the Greyhawk Creatives team channel. If you haven't been there, go to twitch.tv/teams/Greyhawk Creatives, and you can see all the different content that's available in the world of Greyhawk. And we all belong to that sort of the club, if you will, spreading Greyhawk content. So hopefully you'll be able to join us there and check out and support some of our other channels. But like I said, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go ahead and jump across and go to going to head over to Discord. Going to jump into the open channel. There's guys that are already headed there. And wait, where is it? Where's my voice channels? I lost all my voice channels. There they are. 3, 2, 1, shift. And I am now over at the open channel, so hopefully anybody that wants to join us can join us. Again, you guys out there in the in internet land watching on the stream, if you guys want to join us over in the open chat, you're more than welcome to. All you got to do is click our Discord button, join our Discord if you're not already a member. Just come to the open channel and hang out with us. And we'll kind of talk about tonight's game and see how things went and see how things are going. So, really do appreciate the love, man. I do appreciate the love. Cannonball, if you're still out there, man, I can't thank you enough for the cheers, for the gift subscriptions, man. You guys you blow me away with all the love you guys show us. So I really appreciate it. And as always, I'm going to say it 100 times over because I mean it. Every dime that you guys put into this channel goes right back into the channel in one way, shape, or another. So here this week, we got our Stream Deck coming up. I was able to use money to buy a license for Foundry BTT, which I'm going to be shifting to. So we don't have to worry about Astro, and we'll actually get to see dice rolls coming across the page and all that stuff. So, and the best thing about it is I have it integrated with D&D Beyond. So for those that are in our 5e stream, you can click D&D Beyond, and it'll send the dice roll right to the VTT for Foundry. So that is really cool, which I like. So that way, if our players just want to roll off of D&D Beyond, they can, or they can roll off Foundry if they want to, however they want to do it. So anyway, let me shut up now so other people can talk. So you got everybody in? Everybody make it?
Oh, I'm gonna head out.
All right, man.
Just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out.
I left some messages in the loot channel.
Okay, perfect.
I mostly want to discuss figuring out everything that we have and dividing it up.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll definitely have to do that between sessions.
Yep,
So,
and I am going to. Yep, you guys can kind of discuss it amongst yourselves. The only thing I will say is please make sure you guys update your character sheets if you have not already, because some of you updated like hit points and stuff, but your character sheet still says like 3rd level and whatnot. I would appreciate if you guys could update your character sheets and either just upload it directly into Astral or send them to me and I'll put them in Astral. I just want to make sure that I know exactly what everybody has, equipment wise and spell wise and stuff like that. So I will get everybody's experience tonight.
Are we hoping to move to Foundry next session?
No, probably not. It's going to be a little bit. I'm still learning it, and I want to make sure that other people get a chance to learn it. I
use it.
Yeah. Yep.
If you need help.
Yep. And so hopefully it won't be too bad. I like I said, I got the license. I got a web host set up for it, so I don't have to do it on my machine. It'll all be web hosted. I got all my D&D Beyond stuff uploaded into it for my 5e game. The only thing I'm going to try to, I haven't seen any Osric or anything 1st edition as far as being able to do that. So I got to figure out how we can do characters and stuff in there, but we'll figure it out.
Okay. I need to go to bed, so y'all have a good night.
You're young. You're young.
Same thing.
Tighten it up.
Work comes early.
Tighten it up, guys. All right. We will talk to you guys later. Again, I really appreciate the game tonight. It was a good run. But I'm glad we finished the adventure, and now we're off to the next one. So hopefully this next arc of adventures you guys are really going to like, because there's several in a row. So I think it's going to be fun. So we will see you next time.
All right. See you guys Monday.
See you next time.
All right. So it's just you and me, or you and us, Ivar, Don, I should say. So
Ivar just left.
oh, that's just you and me then. So, well, like I said, I like to hang out. Hopefully, some people out in chat will hang out with us. I know a few people usually like to hang out there and chat for a little while. So, if not, that's fine. We still got a bunch of folks out there watching us, so we appreciate you coming in. Again, if you came in late, the party just finished up the Mysterious Tower. I hope it wasn't too anticlimactic.
No, I don't think so. I mean,
Yeah.
We did pretty good, I thought.
Yeah. I was
on how you finished it.
Well, the whole thing was I had a choice. I could have let you guys sort of keep the tower, right? But I'm not going to lie, in this type of adventure setting, where we're going from adventure to adventure to adventure, having a base of operations really didn't make sense. If this was a true campaign, then keeping the tower is definitely a great opportunity to have a base of operations for a group. But I really didn't see it in this group. So what I wanted to do is, if you weren't going to fight the genie, which I thought you probably might, but if you didn't, then I wanted to have a way to end it, but not leave you guys without something, right? So the tower collapsing and being destroyed is great, but the genie giving you some of the treasure that was available, I think was a good trade off. So now you guys have the coin, you have the experience. So now we can see who all's leveled up. And the next adventure you guys are in, I think you're probably a little high level for the adventure you're going into, but as the arc continues, you guys are going to be at that level where you need to be. So it's definitely a good sequence of adventures coming up. Hopefully you guys will like it.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So yeah, it was fun. It was good. So I've that's the first Goodman Games adventure that I've got. I know that Lando said that he got the 5th edition version of Temple of Elemental Evil. So he got the hardback book, and they're going to be running that. So I'd be interested to see how that runs, man.
I don't know Goodman Games. I've never
Yeah.
played that before.
Well, I mean, they're a publisher of D&D stuff, right? So it's but what they're actually known for that I've seen is they take a lot of the classic adventures and convert them to 5e, and they publish them in a hardbound back or hardbound format. So I imagine you could probably buy the PDFs. That's what I did. I bought a PDF version of this adventure, but this was a 3.5 or a third edition, basically. I just rolled it back to first edition, right? So everything's the same. You just got to change the creature stats and stuff. So it's not like it's that big of a deal.
Hence the potion of random.
Yeah, no, that the reason the potion of random is because the book says there's 8 potions labeled, and I didn't count that, but there's only 7 potions that they listed. So I'm like, oh shit, let's do a potion of random then. So I was like, well, that was weird. But oh no, I take it back. What happened was I gave the extra healing, and then there was a potion there that was actually. I've noticed what they did in this a lot is there was treasure that was based on a magic spell, and so this potion was a mage armor, but mage armor doesn't exist, right? So mage armor exists in like third, fourth, fifth edition, but it doesn't exist in first. So I just said potion of random, and we'll just roll a random dice and say, okay, here's the potion you got. So it's not a big deal.
That's what I figured. I was like, it's got to be something that didn't transcribe.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. So I was like, you know what? I don't want to sit there and try to. I want to try to. I don't know, figure out what it is I want to give them and look at whatever. Just out of hell with it. We'll roll it. Haven't rolled in there for a while, so. Hey man, I appreciate it too, Troy. And I'm telling you, dude, I cannot tell you enough how much I appreciate the love that you throw back at us. As much as I bumble and stumble through this stuff, man, we do have a good time. And hopefully, everybody that came in tonight will come back and catch us next week. As always, we do first edition on Mondays, 5th edition every other Friday, although we're off until New Year's, actually, because this is our off week. The week after is Christmas Eve. Not gaming on Christmas Eve. Pretty sure my wife would disown me and divorce me if I did that. So we're just going to have to go skip the week after that because that's our skip week. So our first game back for 5th edition isn't going to be until like the 7th of January. But I do want to keep playing every Monday as much as I can, as much as the players are able to make it. Unless I think there's like one Monday I'm going to be out of town. I may not be able to game, but we'll get a heads up there. But definitely want to keep this going so we can keep our viewership up, keep the interest up and stuff. And like I said, hopefully things will get even better because the next step for me, once I get my Stream Deck, what I want to do is I want to take and I'm going to create a consolidated theme for. Well, I don't know. You think I should do that? Think I should keep them separate? have this theme for 1E and my other theme for 5E. I'm not really sure. What do you think, Tiger?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
The-
So have you
well,
seen our
there-
5E stream?
I've listened to it a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah, so you saw, I mean, if you see the theme and stuff, it's a totally different layout and a totally different theme.
Yeah.
Because what I was thinking on doing is creating a single consolidated theme. The only difference would be is in my OBS studio, I would be able to go and put different layouts for different games, right? So this game would have kind of the same layout. It would just have different theme backgrounds and stuff like that. And so that way I could put both games on, because right now I have two separate collections. I have a collection of scenes for 5E and I have a collection of scenes for 1E. What I'd like to do is just have one collection together, and then all I'd have to do is say, oh, this is a scene for 5E, this is a scene for 1E, right? So that way, every time somebody watches my stream, it's always going to be the same layout, the same colors, the same backdrops, the whole 9 yards. It will just be different, like, characters that are showing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that way, and the reason I want to do that is so on my stream deck, I don't have to have 1,000 buttons to push. Hey, I want to go to this scene or that scene. I can do a one push button that says, go to that scene, and it would be for the 5E folks, right? So I don't know exactly how I want to lay it out yet, but I'm really looking at doing a consolidated theme for Parentland Adventures. It would just be different character portraits showing as we're playing, right? So I just got to kind of figure it
Well,
out.
if it makes it easier for you to organize, I would think, yeah, definitely go that way.
Yeah, and again though, I'm kind of like tossing in my head. I talk myself out of it because I like having different themes for each group. Like, oh, we got this background for 1E and a different background for 5E, right? So I kind of like that too. So Monk, what's up, my brother?
Hey.
I thought you was going to bed.
Yeah, I am. I'm in bed.
That's kind of funny.
I fall asleep on my iPad. I watch a movie. I'm not talking to you on my phone.
That's awesome. Arthur puts a note in the in his private thing. Says, "Note: buy a shovel and pickaxe."
Oh, you know what I based that stinking cloud off of?
What's that?
The Pool of Radiance game.
Oh, okay.
Because when you cast it in the game,
Yeah.
when you're in it, you roll a saving throw. If you fail, if you get hit by anything, you're down. But if you move through, you can't do anything while you're in there until you move out.
Right.
And the only thing that's safe, and so even if you fell and you get hit while you're in the cloud, you go down.
Yeah.
That's by the way the Pool Radiance, which I was looking at the year it came out in '93.
Right.
So that's probably second edition.
Yeah. Exactly.
Additives.
A guy named Sandman
Yep.
posted up and said armor spell is Unearthed Arcana.
Yeah, that's what I was going to look. So they call it mage armor, but let me look and see because I have the Unearthed Arcana.
Yeah, I have all the old books too.
Because if that's the case, then we can do that as a spell of, right? So, hey man, Gomer, and I'm glad you can make it back, dude. Yeah, you definitely caught us at the end. The party, if you did not see, the party was racing to get out of the tower as it collapsed around them. I kind of laughed at that.
Kind of like a Tomb of Horrors.
Yeah, almost. Let me see.
Except at the end of Tomb of Horrors, you fight the Lich.
Well, liches are cool.
At least in 5e, Tomb of Horrors.
Yeah. There we are. Okay. Let's see. Did he say what level it was? Oh, arm, sure enough. So they called it mage armor. Caster creates a magical force which serves as leather armor The spell is cast a person already armored, has no effect. However, is cast at armor class normally better than 9, it will benefit. Okay, 8 becomes 7, 7 becomes 6, and so on. Does not slow or hinder move. Doesn't function in conjunction with protective magic devices other than a ring of protection. So it could work with a cloak of protection because it's the same thing.
Right.
All right, so we can actually do that. We can make that a potion of armor. So when you drink the potion, it gets you the same effect as if you're wearing leather armor.
That would be good for our mage.
So Agamrend, no. Yeah, they were kind of disappointed. I know Arthur made a note in his own personal notes that he needs to buy a shovel and pickaxe so he can come back here and dig out the treasure. But Optimus was freed, and the tower collapsed. And as a reward for not trying to steal from him, he gave them a large chunk of the treasure. So they got a bunch of magic potions. They got like 5,000 gold. They got all kinds of trinkets and stuff worth another couple of thousand. So they got they found a bag of holding. They got some magic daggers and a light crossbow. So they definitely got some good treasure. Yeah, actually, Gomer's Sandman came in and told us that the armor spell was in the Unearthed Arcana. So we went and I just looked it up, and sure enough, there is armor. So they called it mage armor in this book, but which is what they call it in 5th edition, obviously. But I didn't realize it was in Unearthed Arcana, so I went ahead and checked it out. So I think that's what we're going to do. Instead of rolling random, we'll just make it a potion of armor. So yeah, I don't remember a lot of the spells in Unearthed Arcana. I don't look through it a whole lot. So, but yeah, man, they got a lot of treasure. And again, I appreciate everybody hanging out with us for the entirety of our game. We still got a good little crowd here. I wonder if we have anybody out there. Who's out there that we can raid? I've raided Greg a couple times. Creep Show's kind of cool. I watched her show for a little bit. But I think
Is she playing a game?
she's playing Amnesia Rebirth.
Yeah, I was lurking in there the whole session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lurk a lot of the channels that I
Yep.
subscribe to.
Yeah, it was when I looked in the book Agamr, and it's armor class 8 that it says so. So yeah, so I think that's probably what we're gonna do. We're gonna go ahead and raid over. I know it's a little early. Dude, thanks, man. Uh-oh, it's offset. I'm gonna have to fix that. My thing is offset a little bit, and I don't know why. So let's find out. Where's my alert box? Let's do it, and we're going to move it over just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now the next time it goes, hopefully it'll be centered. That's kind of weird. So anyway, I definitely appreciate that, man. Always appreciate all the love that you guys give us. But what we're going to do now is I'm going to raid over. So like I said, I've done Greg, but he looks like he's gaming. So we could do Fabled 42. We could go over there and raid their folks. So let's do that, because who knows? Maybe they'll raid us back sometime.
So I've never done this raid thing. So
Okay, so all we have to do. Are you out on the stream?
yeah.
So basically, what happens is I tell the channel we're going to raid. You don't have to do anything. I'll do the commands for it, and then it'll pull everybody into the raid. And when I click go, it's basically going to take us all over to their channel. And then it'll announce to them that Parenthood Adventures is raiding with 10 to 15 people or however many people there are, and that's it. And then we just, people always jump in chat and go raid and all this stuff. And then some people that have never been there, if they like the content, they'll follow. I always encourage, these are people that I follow. So these are folks, when I raid them, they're channels that I encourage my followers to click follow. And it's just a way of kind of spreading the love and hopefully increasing their bandwidth and increasing their reach of people. And at the same time, by us raiding them, hopefully some of their folks will come back and raid us, right? So that's kind of the way it works. So anyway, man, like I said before, I really, really appreciate everybody that's hung out with us tonight. Even for the after party, I appreciate Monkey crawling into bed and coming back to us, but I'm going to set up the raid right now. Let's see if we can get everybody in there. So here in about 10 seconds, Looks like we got probably the majority of our folks, about 7 or 8 of us. I think that's going to be good enough. Here we go. And remember, folks, in a world where you can be anything that you want, all we ask is that you be kind.
Just a simple game, maybe a talk, and then I'll be back.
Motion here.
You have 10 minutes.
I'll be right back. It's fine. I can.
Just a simple game. 10 minutes.
Maybe
and
a
we'll get you
talk,
back to your
and then I'll
mom.
be back. Right.
And the guy just ushers
You have
you
10
through the
minutes.
door, walks through behind you and shuts it.
I'll be right back.